I was sitting there alone, thinking to myself that I was bored and might watch some videos online. The light in my room was dim, but not dark enough to where I couldn't tell what's around me. I was watching top 10 videos and texting my friends, and I started to yawn. Figuring it's about 1:16 a.m., I might as well get some sleep. I get up off my bed and turn my light off completely. As I was closing the door, now with my lights off, I heard a tap on my window. Thinking nothing of it, I started to crawl into bed. I heard the tap again. At this point, I knew it was more than nothing. I glanced up at my window, and what I saw next chilled me to the bone. You know that feeling? The feeling where your chest tightens, your eyes tear up, and breathing gets hard and your body goes stiff? This thing that I saw in my window stared right back at me. I couldn't move, but I could see its milky gray eyes, pale, with almost no face. It tapped on my window again. This time, its nails slowly sliding to the corner of the window. I finally gasped for air and let out a scream, and I think it spooked it a bit. My roommate ran in at that point and kept asking what's going on, what was that? I gasped for air again and grabbed his arm and pulled him to my window. I too was screaming, what could that be? Look at the window, what is that? We watched as it crawled over to my neighbor's house. I yelled, I have no clue what's going on, but I grabbed my bat that was lying in the corner and started for my door. He started freaking out, screaming about why would I go outside, and I told him I wanted to know what the hell that thing was. I took the bat and a flashlight and walked around the house. I quickly flashed the light at my window, noticing my roommate was still there watching. I put the light on the field between the houses just as quick. It was so cold I could see my breath with every step I took. I started slowing my steps, and as I was shining the light, I caught a glimpse of it. I yelled at it, asking it what it was, but it kept moving and evading the light and crawled under the deck of my neighbor's house. It looked like something I've never seen. It walked on all fours but stood on two legs. Its arms reached almost to its feet. It had no hair and paper-looking white skin, gray eyes with an empty shine to them, and the sounds it made sent shivers down my spine. The clicking sounds it made were slow and steady. I'm assuming it didn't have vocal cords like a human does, because that clicking is all I heard. I gripped the bat harder and slowly walked up onto the deck, yelling for it to come out. I could see its eyes and part of its arms in the shadows. The hands were big, with long claws dug onto the ground. It almost looked like it was going to charge at me, so I started to back up. The clicking sounds were getting louder and quicker. I heard my roommate in the distance asking what was going on, and asking if he should call the police. I couldn't speak at the moment, I was so scared. My flashlight was small and the light wasn't very strong. It was hard to make out what exactly this thing was. But as I was backing up, the deck light was turned on and my neighbor came out to ask what was going on. I told him what I saw and looked back quick to underneath the deck, but it was gone. To this day, I have no idea what it was. To this day, those eyes glancing at me through my window with the tapping haunts me. I don't think I'll ever figure out what it was that night, but I'll never forget. Ever since I got out of high school, I've been all over the country for my job. Old family manors in backwoods of Tennessee to the shiny lights of New York City and the exclusive beachfront resorts of Miami. I've met a lot of weirdos in my days and a lot of good people as well. I thought I'd seen every type of person this grand earth had to offer, from a tech executive worth $1 billion all the way down to heroin addicts trying to get work from us so they could score a high. Well, I met someone or something one hot July night in a park in the wrong part of Alabama that I'll never forget. The crew I travel with consists of about 15 guys, and we hire local labor wherever we go to get the heavy lifting done quick so we can move on to the next job. The company gives us the money to rent motel rooms in whatever town we land in, but we frequently sleep in our vehicles because they let us keep 75% of the money we save on lodging. We travel in a caravan of two F-250s, a 25-foot box truck, and a school bus. Most guys sleep in the bus. The front half of the seats were ripped out and rigged for storage, but the back still had seats, so it was enough for about 12 guys to have their own seat for sleeping. We usually park in some state park's parking lot, or if we can find a place that's walking distance to a bar. One preferably off the beaten path, just so we don't have to talk to cops every day. I'm getting too far off topic here, so back to the point. So, here we all are on a Friday night in the middle of Alabama. The only thing within 2 miles is a bar and a dollar store. We were parked on a dirt service road about a mile from the bar. On the left of the bus was a heavily wooded area of the park, and on the right was an open field. You could see the back of the bar across it. So, we all pile into the bar and start boozing. Around 1 a.m. people start heading back for the bus, and I did too. On the way back, we walked off the road and down the dirt road, not cutting through the tall grass in the hill. This night, there were 3 men in that field. I was standing outside the bus with a few guys smoking cigarettes and telling jokes when I made eye contact with one of the guys and he waved to me. Being the generally nice guy I am, I gave a wave back. All 3 of the men waved again after that. But this is where it gets weird. The 3 men waved back in a strange way, all raising their left hand and tilting their heads slightly, slowly waving their hands before they stopped, exactly in sync with each other. I pretty much laughed it off. I was still pretty buzzed and just hopped on the bus and plopped down in an open seat. I put my feet up on the top of the seat in front of me and leaned my head back against the window and was asleep almost immediately. Later that night, I was jarred from my sleep when my coworker Manuel grabbed me by the shoulder and shook me awake. He pointed out the window. On the field side of the bus, I could see the tops of heads running the length of the bus back and forth. I watched quietly for several minutes and ended up kicking the guy sleeping across from me in the ribs, but just hard enough to wake him up. I stammered in my terrible Spanish, telling him to be quiet and watch. And he sat in silence, watching with us. I could see them running the length of the bus, but I noticed something. It was dead silent, besides the light snores of those on the bus. This meant that their footsteps weren't making any noise. It must have been 2 minutes before I finally moved. I pulled my gun out from my backpack and pulled the 2 awake guys to the front of the bus with me. We woke up a couple others and told them to keep watch. I ran down the steps and threw my shoulder against the doors, forcing a hole into the door and jumping onto the dirt below. Followed immediately by 4 guys wielding digger bars and saws. 2 of the guys were yelling at one of the guys at the back of the bus, but I was focused on the guy in front of me. He was running to the front of our caravan. The 2 small trucks were in front of the bus, and the box truck was in the back. The guy I had my focus on ran around the front of the caravan and came down the opposite side. I was gonna stick the digging bar I had across his chest and try to knock him down, but he took off a few feet into the woods. I had the bar raised, and I was ready to spear the guy with it if he tried something. He was a couple of feet from the tree line, but I could see his face clearly in the moonlight. His eyes were bigger than anything I'd ever seen. His lips drawn back like he was showing his teeth. I could still hear my guys yelling at the rear of the bus. I raised my revolver a little bit and aimed to the left of him. There was no need to shoot a tweaker or something if they're not trying to kill you. I just wanted to scare him. This is when it tried to speak. It was the strangest string of sounds I've ever heard. I can't even write them or explain them. They were just inhuman noises. Not even like an animal's. They were so alien. His body gyrated and contorted with each sound, but his mouth didn't move. His mouth didn't open or shut with any noise it vocalized. I shot my gun down into the dirt ahead of me, and this thing screeched like an animal's war cry. It was almost deafening. It turned faster than any human could have and disappeared into the woods. I heard the two other things take off after it, dashing into a thick brush. That was the last we saw of them, probably because we got the hell out of there. My house has always been creepy. Growing up, I've had unexplained experiences starting from the time I was 4 and never stopping. I live in a small town in Kentucky, one of those towns that solely relies on coal and is 5 years behind the rest of the world. In general, the whole town is still covered in thick woods that appear to have not been tampered with in hundreds of years. My house is placed right in the middle of the mountains, surrounded by an extreme amount of woods and even a couple of ponds. This just gives you the setting for my home, and this is where the real story begins. Growing up, I was never allowed to watch TV shows such as Ghost Hunters or even movies such as The Exorcist in my house because of the weird activity which goes on there. I had experienced it from an extremely young age, and my mom, who has lived in the house her whole life, had also. At that age, I still slept in the room with my mom due to me being afraid of sleeping in this house alone. One night, I woke up at 3 a.m. to the feeling of something watching me. I felt extremely uneasy. I rolled over to look around the room and my eyes locked onto something standing beside my mom. It was extremely tall, but looked like it had a broken back and couldn't stand up completely. It was slouched over and had extremely pale skin and bones sticking out from underneath everywhere due to how skinny it was. It had long claws hanging from both hands. Its face was sunken in and its eyes were complete black holes. A few greasy hairs were visible on its head. It had no clothes, but it had no need for them. It had no genitals or even nipples. I was completely horrified. I rolled over and covered myself up head to toe with the cover. I refused to move or look out for the rest of the night even though I was fully awake. Eventually, my mom woke up that morning and immediately started complaining of her side hurting. She raised her shirt to look and found huge claw marks down her side. It was 3 deep wounds which were extremely inflamed and still bleeding a little bit. I felt horrible, knowing that thing did that to her while I just laid beside her hiding. A couple of months later, I saw the creature again, although not as horrible as the first time. I was woken up to the creature slouched on the floor on my side of the bed. It was watching me sleep. I covered myself up again immediately, but this time I got the courage to peek, and I found it still looking at me. I'm not sure when it finally went away because I didn't dare to look again. The feeling this creature gave the room was horrifying. I got chills and my hair stood on end before even seeing it for the first time. It had the feeling of complete evil to it. I'm 18 now and obviously sleep in my own room. However, I still live in the same house. My mom still sleeps in the room where I witnessed this creature. Almost nightly she has nightmares about something watching her in the room. She has nightmares about something hiding in her paintings and in her walls, or something coming down from the ceiling in her room while she sleeps. There's a specific corner of the room where almost every night the dreams seem to originate. Our cats even refuse to go in that room. I just hope that I never see it again. This takes place in 1976 or 1977 in the Madera area of Clearfield County. This would have put me at about 6 or 7 years old at the time. We lived just above the town of Madera. It was very remote. Few homes in that area and very wooded. My dad would often patrol with the local officers from the Game Commission. I'm pointing this out due to the fact of how he reacted when we saw this thing. He was a big guy, and very little scared him. We often shook our heads when he would go outside at night to scare off a bear with only a pitchfork. He knew wildlife, knew what their habits were, knew if they were going to be a problem on the farm or things like that. On this night, we were awoken by a loud commotion near our front porch. We had outside cats that hung around on the porch, and they would scatter when a raccoon or other animal would approach. When they scattered, it was quite loud, hence the noise that woke us up. I remember hearing Dad giving his typical angry sigh because he had to get up and see what was out there. He had gone downstairs. The house was quiet. We were all waiting to hear the door shut. Instead, we heard Dad let out a bellow. This had us all running for the stairs. He was standing back from the door, gun in hand, and his face was, well, I guess you could say scared. As I've said before, nothing seemed to scare Dad, so seeing that look on his face made us all stand there uncertain. Outside, standing in profile, looking right back at us with no fear. In fact, I remember thinking it was angry. It just looked mean. It was a canine, but certainly not a dog. It looked like a hyena from the front shoulders to the head, but the back end was way smaller than the front shoulders and the head. I don't remember seeing a tail. The fur was odd, sparse and shaggy. It just didn't look like fur. It's hard to explain. The snout was not long and narrow, it was stubby but big, and the whole body was huge. From its back end to its head, it was almost the width of our porch. This would have put it at least 7 feet long. It was huge. It stood looking in at us, then looked out towards the barn, back at us again, and then just simply and very slowly walked a few feet. Then it took off. It was so fast, like literally just seeing a blur of color, then it was gone. We all just stood there. Then Mom asked Dad what it was, and Dad yelled for us all to get upstairs. He stayed up all that night, never went outside to check the animals, never even opened the door. Oddly enough, we never talked about it, and nobody ever mentioned it again. I wish I had more information to give you, however, this does give you a possible timestamp. I spent most of my life up there in that area. It was a unique area for sure. Many things happened up there that were unexplained, and I was glad to move away when I was 33. I do still live in the Clearfield area, but no more forests. We were out on a Navajo Dam road cutting wood. We had turned onto a dirt road on the northeast side. After cutting a few trees at the bottom of a canyon, we decided to go further up the hill to see if we could find any more dead trees. I had a dog and my son with me. We made our way up the hill and it flattened out a little bit. There were a few dead trees, so we decided to stop and cut those as it was getting dusk and colder out. My son and his dog got out and were playing fetch while my brother Chris and I prepped the trees to be cut. As we were about to finish up, my kid came running up the hill and said he found some really neat-looking tracks from an animal. So as I made my way down the hill and towards my truck with an armful of wood, I stopped to look at the tracks. They looked like claw marks in the sand and were in the same direction as where we climbed to cut. As I was looking at the tracks, I noticed I didn't hear my brother's chainsaw anymore. As soon as I realized the motor sound had stopped, I heard a scream. The sound of a shotgun being pumped, then a shot being fired. Before I could even react, Chris came running at breakneck speeds down the hill, past me, and to the truck yelling, "Drop the wood, let's go." My dog was barking, growling, and backing up with hair raised on her back and neck. I shuttled my kid and dog with wood in hand down the hill, threw the wood in the back seat with the child and dog. Needless to say, we got the hell out of there. My brother refused to speak until we were on the main road and almost home. While he was cutting wood, he had the feeling of being watched. Thinking that I was playing a trick on him, he sat his running chainsaw down and went to catch me in the act before I could scare him. Not knowing I was further down the hill with my son, he climbed the rest of the hill and was looking around to find me. He saw us down by my truck and also saw a shadow opposite him by a sandstone cluster to his right. We always carry a gun with us while we cut, because you never know what kind of creatures one may encounter out there. He pumped off a shot to get my attention and also took a shot at whatever it was he had seen. He told me it ran in between a rock and ledge and some bushes. He didn't want to waste time and try to take another shot at it. Before the second shot, the chainsaw stopped because it had run out of gas, which is how I was able to hear the gun being cocked and fired. It scared him so bad that he refuses to go back out that way and collect wood. And always being the skeptic, I thought he was bullshitting me, trying to scare me. But then I remembered the claw marks my kid found, and knowing that nothing scares my brother or my dog. He said the thing he saw was a good 7 feet high, if not taller, and hairy all over with a wolf's face and eyes. He caught a slight glimpse of it before it slipped between the brush and stones. I was kind of laughing at him in my head until I remembered those claw marks in the ground. Me and my two friends decided to go camping in southern New York, up on a mountain. There was a dirt road that runs right down the mountain, then off of it were a lot of smaller off-road tracks that have some really good camping spots. I don't know if you're really supposed to be camping there or not, but there's a lot of fire pits, so people seem to do it anyways. We set up our tent and got a fire going, had a couple of beers, and are bitching about our women, and the sun goes down. We all looked at each other because the woods got really quiet. You couldn't even hear the crickets. Everything just went dead quiet. It felt like there was a lightning storm coming because you could feel the static in the air, and all the hair on the back of my neck stood up. Jamie started saying that he felt like the air was humming, and all of a sudden there was this real deep bass noise and this bright light in the distance. It flashed up and lit the whole woods. It looked like the light when a real big firework explodes for the first few seconds, but it lasted for probably a minute before it split up into 3 or 4 outer lights and shot back down into the trees. We could see all of the lights glowing out in the woods, and there was a big gust of wind, and it was gone. Everything smelled like it had just rained, but it never did. We didn't know what to do, but we figured we would just wait it out, but nothing happened. We thought maybe it could have been a meteor or something, so we left it alone and went back to bitching. At about 2 in the morning, we decided to turn in, so Jamie and I went to go sleep in the tent, but Dan said he was going to sleep by the fire. An hour later, I wake up because Dan is in the tent shaking us, saying that there's something big watching the camp. He said it was about 50 feet from the fire, and he thought that it might be a bear, but it was standing on 2 legs and bobbing back and forth like it was trying to get a better look at him. While he was talking, we heard a loud scream. I've never heard anything like it before as long as I've been alive. It sounded like a pig being slaughtered, but deeper. and so loud it made your ears ring. Next thing I remember was hearing 3 or 4 more things come running towards the campsite and the embers from the fire kicking up and landing on the tent. The things, or creatures, or whatever they were, kept running up to the tent and grunting and running back into the woods. Every once in a while, one of them would scream again and pull on one of the tent poles, dragging the whole tent a foot or two. The tent was collapsing on one side and we didn't know what else to do, so we just started screaming as loud as we could. It only took a minute and then everything was quiet again. We made a run for the truck as fast as we could and hit the gas. When we were leaving, we saw one of those things in the headlights standing in the road. I told Jamie to just gun it, and the thing straightened up and puffed its chest. It must have been 8 feet tall. It had dark gray hair all over its body except the front. That hair was white or yellowish around the chest. Its face looked kind of like a dog, but not really. I know what Bigfoot's supposed to look like, and this was way different from that. It didn't even move when we drove at it. We had to swerve around it or we would have run right over it. We drove back down the mountain to the highway and parked the truck in a gas company parking lot. We were going to tell the cops what happened, but we didn't know if we were camping somewhere we shouldn't be. And we had been drinking all night and couldn't afford a DUI. We just waited for the sun to come up and sobered up. Then we drove back up to get our stuff. There wasn't anything there, and everything was gone. No tent, no cooler, nothing. We told some of our friends what happened, and they won't believe us since we'd been drinking, so we just decided to forget about it. If someone ever wanted to check it out, I could take them right to the place it happened. There's still tracks there from where we peeled out, and lots of big gashes in the dirt from where the tent was, but nothing else. I don't know if it had anything to do with the lights we saw, but it was the weirdest damn thing any of us had ever experienced. And it was definitely not a bear. My wife and I were traveling to the Smoky Mountains from Ohio on an anniversary getaway. We usually avoid highways in our travels and instead prefer the scenic and slower-paced state routes of my childhood. This trip stood out as quite a disaster, as we struggled with both the GPS and paper maps while navigating a route I was at least somewhat familiar with. Navigational errors are not our norm, and we quickly found ourselves having an uncharacteristic argument that got fairly heated, but was nonsensical. It was like we spoke different languages, and were looking at different maps. We eventually found ourselves in increasingly less populated areas and poorer road conditions. For those not familiar with the area, being in central Kentucky, the forest is hilly and expansive, dotted with small towns and the occasional privately owned farm amidst all the federal land. We had eventually quieted down, anxiously following the GPS as it cut in and out. Our anxiety grew until the GPS suddenly chimed in with, "Turn left now." I responded by reluctantly starting the turn, when my wife suggested it must be a shortcut we were unaware of. Upon completing the turn, I slowed, seeing the road took a sudden drop in quality. Potholes large enough to get a tire stuck in, overgrown scrub growth on the edges, and ominous gnarled vines hanging down. The hair stood up on my neck as it does right now while I write this. Bringing the car to a stop, I asked my wife, "Are you sure about this?" As I look towards her, "No, we need to turn around," and she starts to say, but is cut off, almost frozen, staring at her phone. Not in the way a person freezes when terror sends their muscles trembling, but completely motionless. I instinctively slam it in reverse, backing into the position we came, so that I could continue the course we were on. As we reached the end of our reverse turn, I slammed it into drive, but went nowhere as the rear of the early 2000s Lincoln is lifted off the ground. Before I could process what is happening, something charged from the woods to our right. At first, it was a large red blob that moved with a speed and grace that seemed unnatural to its grotesque nature. As it closed the gap, it was clear that it was running on all fours, but only partly so. Its forward movement was agile, but uneven, as it irregularly used its arms with its oddly bent hind legs. It was almost like its limbs were growing, as it eventually came to stand on its hind legs and place its hands on the glass of the window. Up close, I could see what I thought was fur. It seemed more like strands of rotten flesh that grew as thick as a shaggy dog and smelled overwhelmingly of rotten fish and moss. Its hands looked nearly human, were it not for the rotten fur and long claws. The face sticks with me as much as the smell, being somewhat shaped like a human that has its face twisted and pulled forward in a vague, canine shape, with large pointed ears towards the top of its head. Inside its snarling mouth were long, narrow teeth that looked almost too large to close. But the eyes were the worst part. Bloodshot and yellow, they leered at my wife with a hunger. A kind of hunger that promises unspeakable things. When you're in flight or fight situations, you usually get that distinct moment of clarity where you make your choice, even if it's one you are ashamed of. In that moment, I felt like a small dog defending my mate from a rabid wolf. I stomped the gas pedal and bellowed hard, "We've got to go now!" And a series of loud noises that sounded more like barks than human noises followed. It jolted suddenly and the rear of the car dropped, leading to a large peel-out, and the creature kept pace with us, scratching at the car and banging on it until we broke 45 miles per hour, driving wildly through the winding country until we saw the lights of a town in the distance. We parked in a well-lit parking lot in the center of town next to a gas station. We busied ourselves as we inspected the car, reluctantly sharing what we thought we saw. She was in tears and sobbing about feeling a pressure in her head and that she was conscious, but paralyzed. Looking under the trunk, I spotted a cracked strut and a lump of the rotten flesh dangling from a frame member. The smell was still overpowering and sent us into a tear-filled hug as we stared at a piece of the filthy creature and realized it was likely at least two of them. The one in the window and the one that lifted the rear axle off the ground. Thoroughly shaken, we sat in the car facing opposite directions and discreetly unpacked our handguns and hid them under our blankets. We waited until 9 or so before setting back off towards our destination via highway. I've never really been a believer in the paranormal. I always try to find a rational explanation for the things I have trouble working out. At least, until last summer. I'm originally from New Jersey. I had decided to take my wife and kids for a vacation. We went to visit my in-laws, who have a cabin in the Canadian Rockies. For the first few days, we enjoyed the peace and tranquility of the country and went on a bunch of hikes and bike rides in the forest around the cabin, during which I didn't see anything out of the ordinary in what must have been a 20-mile radius around the home. The cabin is pretty old and runs a separate generator near the tool shed in the back of the yard, which my father-in-law says has always been temperamental and can create an eerie atmosphere when the lights flicker on and off. So I know better than to be spooked by shadows and bumps in the night. However, one night, around 10 p.m., we were sitting around about to go to bed when the lights completely gave out and the pitch blackness of the countryside meant that we could see literally nothing. Before I could grab the flashlight, I heard rustling outside the cabin, and something brushed the side of the wall by the living room. I tried to put on a brave face for my kids and told them that it was probably a coyote and they should just go to their room. All the noises it made sounded bipedal and quite a bit bigger. Pretty creeped out, I grabbed my flashlight and headed out to the generator, shining the light on the ground to find my way. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw something which terrified me. So much, I don't know if I can even find the right words to describe it. I couldn't make it out exactly. All I could see was a creature in my peripheral vision. It looked human, and about 6 feet tall, with ghost white skin. I knew it was staring at me. At this point, I was mustering up the courage to look at it when I shined the light at it. I got a good look at the monster. It's so difficult to portray with words what it looked like, but it was like a man whose skin was too tight for his body. You could see all of his organs bulging through the skin and his bones. It made him almost look like an insect. And what jolted me the most was the fact that it had no face whatsoever, but still had indentations where the eyes should be. A bright light startled the creature and it hunched over as if about to run. This was all I could see in the brief glimpse I got before I dropped the flashlight in fright, and by the time I picked it up, it had darted into the forest. I ran back to the cabin and stayed there for what seemed like forever, making sure it had gone before I went back to the generator. I didn't tell anyone when I went back inside what I had seen. I don't really know why. I suppose to protect the children, and in case my wife didn't believe me. About a week afterwards, I started having a reoccurring nightmare. Every time I would dream about that night and wake up in cold sweats, until I finally confessed to my wife about it. I started seeing a therapist to help me with my sleep. I came across this website looking for other people with similar experiences. I have trouble finding accounts which match what I saw. I'd love to hear any stories about any people who think they have seen what I saw, or who have experienced getting over an encounter with the paranormal. It was the spring of 2006. I was just finishing up my freshman year of college, and a group of 5 of my friends decided to go into the woods for a bonfire. My friend Reed and I were bringing some beer. Another couple brought some hot dogs, and our 5th friend Alton was planning on coming a bit later in the evening because he had to finish up a paper and was going to bring more beer with him when he arrived. Reed, a couple of friends, and I hiked farther than we normally did. We found a good spot and lit our bonfire. I had a beer or two, and were working on cooking the hot dogs when Alton showed up. He didn't say much, and sat down next to me. We asked him if he wanted a hot dog, and he shrugged. But he did grab one of the beers I had brought earlier. Reed asked him if he had remembered to bring more beer, and he just looked confused. It was the end of the semester, and Alton wasn't a huge talker to begin with, so we just wrote it off. A while goes by. We're talking with the other couple, and Alton is a bit quieter than normal, but occasionally makes a grunt or some noise of agreement. It's starting to get a bit late, and I'm starting to think about heading home. Randomly, Alton throws his hardly finished beer into the fire. Quickly the beer heats up and spews out of the bonfire and hits me on my arm. At this point, Reed and I leave, after saying goodbye to everyone. It had gotten quite dark out, and finding the path is a bit hard,
and we finally decided just to walk in the direction of the campus, leaving the path behind. And the forest is mostly new growth, so it's easy to walk. However, there are many small branches and small trees that can get snapped. Not long after we couldn't see the bonfire, we started to hear something following us. Snap, snap, snap. And it continues for quite a distance. Reed is worried it's the police, but I'm worried it's something else. We decided to hide under a large tree and ditch our beer there. As we were on the ground, we started to see blue lights in the distance. They're swinging like someone is carrying them. However, they're maybe 7 foot in the air. And the blue lights stay a few feet away and then slowly leave. They swing the whole time, as if they're looking for something. After what seems like a very long time, Reed and I decided we were safe enough and we should go back to campus. We ran the rest of the way down the hill and get to the upper parking lot. As we get to the parking lot, we see our friend Alton heading to the woods with some beer. We called out to him and he came over to say hello. I asked him when he had left the bonfire. I was kind of confused. He looked at us equally confused. Alton tells us that his paper took longer than expected. He's just heading out to the bonfire now with the beer he had planned on bringing with him the whole time. Reed and I are freaked out and decided to call it a night and just went home. I still think about this night. It was one of the oddest days in my entire life. Who did I have a beer with?
I used to work at a cheese factory on the edge of a cornfield in southwestern Minnesota. I was working nights at the time. It was 2 or 3 a.m., and I was out on the loading dock, watching bats fly around the floodlights. I liked being out in the cool night air. The corn was about as high as my shoulder at the time, so about 5 foot 10 inches. As I was watching the bats, I looked down at the edge of the cornfield. Something was moving there. It was the size of a small child, and very, very skinny. Pale, with something that looked like a head of straight black hair. It moved in a sort of jerky gait, like someone dancing the robot badly. It moved in chunks, legs, then hips, and torso, shoulders, neck, and finally head. It was looking back into the cornfield, or at least I felt like it was. I felt prickly all over. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a heron or something at first, but it looked too much like a person. It didn't move like a person though. Gradually, step by step, it moved towards me. Letting my curiosity better my fear, I moved towards the edge of the dock, which was raised a few feet off the ground to connect with the semis. When I got within a few feet of the edge, the thing looked at me. I was paralyzed. I could have run, but I was stuck somewhere between terrified and intrigued. It started to move again. Its face still pointed at me. It ratcheted its body in that disconcerting, jerky movement towards the cornfield and went into it. I tried to watch where the field moved as it passed, but the corn remained perfectly still. I also noticed that all the crickets were silent. After a few minutes, nothing happened. I stood out there for over an hour, but it never came back, and I never saw it again. I'm kind of glad. It was a cold evening. I had my two nieces with me. One was 6 and the other 8. I had gone to our family cabin, waiting on my sister to return from town. The evening started around 7 p.m., and we didn't have a key to the house, so we waited for a couple hours and the girls eventually fell asleep in my truck. As the night grew later, the temperature also dropped. I fell asleep as well, but woke up around 9:30 p.m. It was very cold in the truck, so I started the vehicle. As I depressed the brake pedal to start the truck, I noticed in the side mirror a face looking at me from the glow in the taillight. I hesitated at first, but gathered enough courage to look. I saw a white face with long gray-whitish hair and black eyes looking at me. I freaked out, started the truck and sped off, heading to the highway, not sure if what I saw was following us. It was, though. I felt it jump into the bed of my truck. I turned west to head towards the nearest town, and I went as fast as I could to my parents' house. Upon reaching the turnoff, I noticed it jump out of the truck and run along the right-of-way fence. As I pulled up to the house, I quickly carried my nieces inside. Once there, I situated them for bed. Later that night, I dreamed that I walked about 2 miles to my aunt's house and no one was home. As I walked back, I noticed this thing was following me. I quickly ran home, went inside, and locked the door behind me and went to bed. When I woke up the next morning, I noticed sand and dirt at the foot of my bed. I told my parents of what had happened and what I dreamed about. They took me to a medicine man, and he told me that I had actually been sleepwalking and had walked to my aunt's house. And when I entered her home, this thing followed me in. I'll try to be as accurate as possible. This happened 12 years ago, so some details are blurred. My girlfriend at the time lived in a small ranch-style house on the tip of a long acreage plot. I would often take my shotgun and fishing pole to the large pond on the back of the property. It was close to the fence marking the property line. I'm sitting next to the pond, just casting and reeling for some carp, when I get this strange wave of fear. It was an instantaneous, oh fuck feeling that I've only ever experienced once before when I saw that I was about to wreck my car. Well, I reeled up my line and attached the lure to the catch on the bottom when I heard leaves rustling down by the bank to my right. I leaned out past the tree I was next to and could clearly see leaves being kicked up by something, but there was nothing there. I could see the leaves moving, but I could not see anything else. For a couple moments, I thought it was just a rodent under all the dead leaves. I let out a sigh of relief and whatever was moving froze. At this point, the adrenaline was making me a little shaky, but I wanted to walk over and see what was moving around in the leaves. When I picked up my shotgun, I chambered a shell just in case it was a snake or something. There are a lot of copperheads on our property. As soon as the shell clicked into place, this thing took a step behind the tree it was closest to. Almost see an outline of this thing, like when you record over an old VHS and you can still see the previous movie just a little bit. The outline was humanoid. It leaned out from behind the tree and stared at me. Me, being a moron, said, "I see you watching me." This thing gets startled and ducks back behind the tree. This is when I realized It was intelligent in some way at least, and I started to go into full panic mode. I fired a shell at the tree and took off running back to the house. It's about 3/4 of a mile back and my ears were ringing like crazy from the shot. I slowed down to a trot to catch my breath and compose myself and try to think of an excuse to explain why I fired a round at it. That's when I heard it. This thing was running at me, and its footfall was incredibly heavy. It honestly sounded like a football player, with that plastic-on-plastic sound the pads make. I racked another round and fire where I think I heard it. At this point it seemed completely invisible. I take off towards the house again, and my girlfriend and her younger brother are just inside the entrance to the pasture I was in. They are probably about 200 yards off when she screams and points to my left, and her brother run back to the house. I finally clear the gate and slam it behind me before the final sprint to the house. When I got inside, she told me she could see dirt and leaves being absolutely torn up behind me but couldn't see anything. Her brother confirmed this, and I felt nauseated from the fact that they saw something too. It still makes me a little shaky to think about it. The next morning, we all went out together in the field. I wanted to find its tracks, and I swear to God it looked like it had covered them up. We only ever found a few indentations around the tree I spotted it at, but even those had been scuffed and covered in leaves and pine needles. My dad used to get up around 3 a.m. every morning for work. Starting at a very early age, I would wake up on my own and wander downstairs to see him before he left. One morning, when I was about 4 years old, I made it to the bottom of the stairs and noticed that the front door was ajar. I opened it up and saw my father in his favorite work shirt making his way down the driveway to his truck in his typical work outfit, a plaid shirt and dickies. I swung the door open wide and yelled for him to come back for a hug before he left. He slowly turned around and just stared at me, then finally started walking back towards the house. He was acting so strangely towards me, and it started to scare me, and I began crying and asking what was wrong. Just as he had almost reached me, a pair of arms encircled me from behind in a great bear hug. I turned my head to see my understandably freaked out father staring at his doppelganger in the same outfit. The double took one look at my dad and started running down the driveway. Meanwhile, my dad yanked me in the house and locked the door. It was the weirdest morning ever. I never did quite figure out what happened. I would not trust my 4-year-old memory of the event if it wasn't also witnessed by my father. He won't really talk about it these days, but my mom has since told me that he called off work, and she spent the day reassuring him that he wasn't crazy. My freshman year of high school, I was going through a negative phase. My mom would describe me as constantly yelling at her and fighting my younger brothers all the time. She said she would pray every day hoping I would change. She told me she was scared that one day I'll get massively out of control and that she'll have to call the police on me. This story happened around summer of 2011. I had just ended my freshman year of high school. It was around 1:30 in the morning. I used to sleep with the door open back then. I randomly woke up and looked at the clock. A few minutes later, I heard faint footsteps. At first, I was thinking this was just in my head. After a few minutes, I started to look around, as I usually do whenever I wake up. I heard the footsteps again. but this time they sounded like they were literally outside my room. In my peripheral vision, I noticed that I couldn't see into my brother's room. He also used to sleep with the door open, and his room is right across from mine. It was as if something was standing in front of or blocking the entryway. I got curious and turned to see what was blocking it, and I saw a humanoid figure about 7 feet tall. It was faceless, bald, and had a fair skin complexion. It was dressed in an old-fashioned attire. It had a cream-colored sweater with what appeared to be random paint strokes and splashes of many colors on it. It also had black pants. It was just standing there, as if it was looking at me. I started analyzing it. It was abnormally thin and had freakishly long arms. They were way past the knee. It also had visible veins running all over its faceless expression. I thought I was dreaming at first. I started blinking, shaking my head and slapping myself in hopes that I was dreaming or hallucinating. I stopped and looked across the hall. It was still standing there. I immediately freaked out when I found out I was not dreaming and pulled the covers over my face. I tried yelling for help, but I couldn't scream from all the terror. 30 minutes or so later, I built up enough courage and pulled the covers off to confront it, but by this time, it was gone. I told my mom about it the next day. She said that ever since I saw that thing, I started to change. I haven't seen it ever since. My youngest brother also happened to see the thing earlier this year. I don't know what this thing could have possibly been, and I know it wasn't sleep paralysis because I was able to move around. Alright, so it was 1996. I was in high school at the time, and I used to be into gangbanging, me and my cousin. So one day, we're just hanging out at this spot with the gang or whatever. We used to go at it a lot with this Asian gang. Well, one of them came up and he's mouthing off something and shows us his gun. My cousin carries guns too and all that, and he was always crazy about saying, "If you're gonna show me your gun, you better use it." He didn't play like that. So we go after this guy. He turns down this alleyway and so did we. My cousin pulls his gun out, and it's starting to get really real out here. He shoots it and hits this kid. So we went up to the body, the reason being my cousin wanted to take his gun. So we go up to the body, and the Asian kid, in front of our eyes, starts changing. His skin starts turning green and rough, like alligator type skin. It scared us to death, man. My cousin asked if the thing was dead. I mean, well, as far as we knew, it was dead. He looked at me, I looked at him, and we booked it right the hell out of there. To this day, only me and him know what happened. My cousin asked me if I noticed his eyes and asked if they were snake-like or anything. I had seen them. They were more like a fly's eyes, like a bug's. The eyes had like a strange color. I still can't believe it. We were throwing up after it all happened. We were so freaked out. My cousin ended up being killed a few years later. That's what made me do some changes in my life and start doing the right thing. Whenever he was killed, reality really hit me. Before we get started, I want to make sure everybody knows I'm still looking for stories from subscribers for a special video. So if you have any that you would like to share, be sure to send them to me on Facebook or Twitter. The links are in the video description below. I also want to say thanks to everybody who watches these videos. The channel's been around about a year and a half now and just hit 50 videos not too long ago. I'd like to get the channel going as good as it was before I had to take a break from YouTube. So make sure to keep liking these videos, leave your thoughts and recommendations in the comments, and subscribe if you haven't. Thanks again, everybody. Now let's get started. I'm 27 now, but when I was 17, just weeks from being 18, I lived in a small town in Missouri. I had saved up a good 4 years worth of paychecks and sold my TV to buy a used motorcycle. It was my dream bike. I went and bought it, and my father helped me get it home to our house because I wasn't legally able to ride it for another few weeks. I remember when we got home, I put it in our barn and locked the barn door because we didn't have a garage. I don't remember why I did it. It's a very small town and we knew pretty much everyone, and our closest neighbors are hours away. I fell asleep around 10 or 11 p.m. and woke up about 3 in the morning because I heard a large bang near the barn. I thought it was one of the horses that might have gotten spooked or something, so I went outside to check. I always carry a folding blade with me, and when I got to the barn, it was still locked. There are no windows besides one way at the top, but it's a good 15 feet high and there was no ladder. I unlocked the door and walked into the barn. My new used bike was on the floor. I heard some kind of crunching, chewing noise, so I instinctively grabbed my knife. There was just enough light to reflect off the polished metal. I peeked into the animal pen, and I kid you not, there was something squatted over the horse. It had to have killed it because all of our animals were very healthy and we took very good care of them. I've seen wolves eat animals before, but this wasn't like that. It looked like that thing from the Lord of the Rings, that cave-dwelling creature thing, only much taller. I know it was only a couple of seconds, but it felt like minutes of me being frozen there. Whatever it was turned and looked at me, and I turned and sprinted back to the house, screaming at the top of my lungs. It was chasing me at this point. It ran on all fours and screeched like worn brakes on a heavy vehicle. I must have awoken my dad. He met me at the door with his gun loaded and fired 2 shots in its direction. He then shoved me inside and shut the door. It seemed scared of the shots, and we later dialed the police, though they found nothing. It still haunts me, and I don't live anywhere near there now. I live in Illinois. This is a sighting I had on October 25th of last year. We were walking through a trail in the woods at about 10 at night. While walking through, we heard a weird screeching sound, almost like a tree squeaking, which is what we thought it was since we were in the woods. But it seemed to follow us everywhere we went. We left for a little bit and came back into the woods on the same trail. And there it was on the side of the trail, crouched down, facing us, just staring at us. It wasn't making the noise that we heard earlier, though. I think it was only about 5 feet tall, but that's just an estimation. It was crouched down and standing around 3.5 feet tall there. It was completely gray. My 2 friends thought that it didn't have fur, but I thought it had really short fur. The arms were very human-like, and I saw the hands had 5 fingers. But the legs looked more like frog legs. I couldn't see its feet, just the shape and direction the legs were going. I couldn't recognize what the face looked like, but from what I could tell, it had slanted, fully black eyes, and its head wasn't very large compared to its body. It was close to the same body proportions as a human, but slightly off. The head, though, that was a completely different shape. It was more like a square, with one point on each side of the head. I don't know if they were ears or something else. Its torso was mostly covered up by its arms and legs, so I can't really explain that, but it looked muscular. Its arms were very defined and a little muscular. It tilted its head and stared at us, almost like it was in alarm or frozen, and it didn't make a sound. We turned our backs to it and ran. This was kind of stupid, I think, because we were in shock, because no one knew what it was, but when we looked back, we couldn't see it. I think maybe us running and all the noise may have startled it away. To give a little context to this story, all of my family was in and they had filled up the house, and instead of sleeping on the couch, I would stay in my grandparents' fifth-wheeled camper. I had my own space and was able to stay up as late as I wanted watching TV without anyone waking up. About 50 or 60 feet from the camper was a streetlight my grandfather had installed near his machine shop, so the yard was always slightly lit in the front. I was watching TV, and out of nowhere I hear my grandparents' Great Danes raising hell, outside barking and running all over the yard. There's an underground electrical fence, so they can't reach past the house. I look through the blinds and see them chasing something around. It was a small black object darting across the ground about a foot wide and very short. I thought it was a rabbit at first. This thing was leaving them in the dust, darting all over to avoid them. Then suddenly it darts directly under the street lamp and goes from being about 6 inches tall to well over 6 foot. It was slim and lanky looking. I stared at it for a few seconds trying to make out defining features, but it was like trying to focus on a shadow. It had no defining facial features, it was just all black like a silhouette. All I could see was the outline of some kind of bipedal creature. It turned towards the dogs and arched its back and let out some kind of scream that I can only describe as a banshee, a wail piercing and deafening. The dogs started whimpering and ran to their doghouse. Then it turned to directly where I was looking from. Even though I couldn't see its eyes, I knew it was looking right at me. I was frozen in place, petrified by fear. It turned towards the road and cleared the rest of the yard into the woods, which is about 60 meters in less than a few seconds. I sat in the recliner in the camper with knives in both hands, spinning in a circle, scared for my life that it would come back. I never slept in that camper again. The dogs wouldn't come out of their doghouse for close to 3 days. Every time we would try to go in and try to get them out, they would snap at us and crawl back to the farthest corner of the kettle. I don't think I'll ever know what that creature was. On the last day of my camp retreat in Wisconsin, me and my friend were walking up our cabin to go get our sweatshirts because it was a bit chilly. My cabin is in the middle of 2 other cabins right next to the woods. It is a public campsite and people come and go as they please. The woods we were next to go on for miles and miles, and there are no known people living in there as far as anyone knows. So me and my friends proceed to the cabin while the rest of the campers and staff are walking back for night games. We reach the top of the hill and take our flashlights out to see where our cabin is. When I reach for the handle of our door, my friend says, "Hey, that looks just like a guy," while pointing to the woods. I turned to see that there was indeed something that looked like a person. We chuckled, thinking it's just part of a tree. But as we look, we start to notice it's some kind of humanoid figure watching us. Its height was abnormal, maybe 7 or 8 feet tall. It had long, human-like arms and its body was grayish, but its neck was completely white. We looked at each other shocked and started to back up slowly while still shining the flashlight on the creature. It slowly raised its arms and moved towards us, and that's when we booked it down the hill as fast as we could. Later on that night, the staff patrolled to make sure nothing else happened around the campus. They came back to our cabin while I was calming down my friends and tell us they saw some movement near our cabins, but he couldn't tell us what it was. That night still haunts me to this day. Before the retreat, my brother noticed something peeking through the main cabin window, but before he could get a good look at it, it backed into the darkness. He only got to see its eyes, and they were far from human. My brother's close friend even heard something trying to mimic the bullfrogs while he was in the porta potty. But whenever this creature would show up, all the birds and frogs were silent. The first day of our retreat, me and my brother also had heard a loud, dog-like growl. There's no one on this earth who can make a sound as real as that is what we heard, and there have been no dogs seen anywhere. I'm a Christian, so I think it could be a demon, but I'm still pondering and wondering what this thing really is. I was fairly young when this happened. It occurred at my home in southeastern Massachusetts. At the time, my sister, who is several years younger than me, was sick with a cold. Just before bed, my parents were trying to get her to take her medicine. They had just gotten it from the doctor and they were having difficulty getting her to take it. She didn't like the taste. My dad was trying everything, including mixing my sister's medicine with her formula, but to no avail. My mother held her and tried to calm her down. Since they were having such a difficult time with my sister, my dad asked me to do the nightly rounds that he always did before bed. Make sure the door was locked, pull down the shades, and shut the lights off in the different rooms. We had 2 very large windows in our living room, one on the left wall and one on the front wall facing the street. This story has to do with the left wall. This window faces only my driveway and the adjacent neighbor's front yard, but at the time we had a very large bush that grew past the top of the window and blocked the entirety of the view outside. The way the roots grew, however, there was enough space to crawl under the bush. I don't really remember how much standing room was there because we tore it down years ago. But I do remember I had no problem standing behind the bush while playing hide and seek as a child. Anyway, I listened to my dad, and the first thing I did was go pull down the shade covering this left window. I remember our dining room table was right in front of it. I got on a chair and started to pull down the shade when I saw what I told my dad was a mud man. It was a very intimidating looking creature, probably around 6 feet tall. Its skin, or at least what I presume was skin, was brown. The creature looked like it was covered entirely in mud, and aside from the mud, it had 2 medium-sized tusks protruding straight up from its lower jaw, similar looking to walrus tusks, but they were sticking up from the lower jaw rather than down from the upper jaw. I also remember them being smaller in proportion to its head than a walrus has. The creature also had yellowed eyes. They weren't glowing or bright or anything like that, just yellow in color. I also noticed that it was bipedal. It was clearly standing up. I don't think it was on hind legs because it had a fairly straight back, almost resembling a human's posture. After this, I ran and told my dad, who hushed me and sent me to bed. I remember talking about it the next morning because I was still scared. We checked out the area for evidence and didn't see anything. I hope I never see it again. It was summer, just a few years ago. I sleep in a bunk bed with my brothers in the room that we share. I woke up one night from the top bunk. Like I said, it was summer and it tends to get pretty stuffy at night, so the window was open. I could hear a very slow, raspy breathing and the sound of the screen from the window being scratched. I quietly rolled over onto my stomach and looked over the side of the bed, down at the window. It looked like a man, but its features were just wrong. It was as pale as the moon and bone thin. It had long arms, and it had a hand with long fingers scratching at the screen of the window. Its eyes gave off a soft glow that sort of lit up the room a little bit. It was looking around the room from behind the window. It wasn't even trying to get in, it was just examining the room. From what I could tell, it hadn't spotted me yet, and I couldn't get out of the bed without it seeing me. So I just crawled over to the other side of the bed and laid silently, terrified, until morning. It had left after about an hour, judging by the digital clock on top of the TV. And the next morning I went outside and studied the window. Whatever had been there had to have been at least 7 feet tall, because the window was about 5 feet off the ground, and this thing was hunched over. A few weeks go by, and I go on a camping trip. My brothers were in the Boy Scouts, and I was allowed to go on the camping trips, which I love because I've always loved the forest. It was in this enormous forest, in the middle of nowhere, and the property belongs to someone from Scouts, and there's nobody else for miles. Everything goes fine. Fun days of fishing and hiking and s'mores. Everyone's about to get in their tents, and everyone's silenced by an echoing, blood-curdling scream. And it was absolutely not a fox. And there haven't been any mountain lions in the entire state for centuries. So it couldn't have been one of those either. Somehow, everyone was able to get some sleep after that. I convinced myself to get into the big family tent, and soon, I'm out cold. I woke up to the sound of the tent fabric being scratched at. I look around, and on one of the walls, long scratches are being made periodically from the outside. I turn on the lantern hanging from the ceiling and it stops. I can see its silhouette. It's the same thing from only weeks before. Large, bone thin, with long arms and legs. It creeps away and begins to do the same thing to other tents at the campsite. I wait for it to finally leave, and I turn off the lantern, and somehow, I was able to fall asleep. My dad's into paranormal stuff, but I don't know how he'd take all this. I haven't told it much, and every person who cared to listen didn't take it seriously. I haven't seen it since, but whatever it was had followed me from my house in the suburbs to the forest, out of town. I've always slept on the other side of the bed since then, away from the window. After some research into it, I think this might have been a skinwalker. My family moved to Pennsylvania when I was 4. I was immediately entranced with living in the country, with several acres of woods behind us, and the house seemed huge to me at the time. However, as a kid, I was always sensitive to spirits and energies, and there was definitely something creepy going on in this house. My parents noticed that I stayed with our dog Bambi a lot. He was a small sheepdog and my adventure buddy. When we went walking in the woods, in case you're questioning my parents, they trusted me, as young as age 7, to walk around alone as long as I was with my dog, as he was very protective of me, and my dad would give me his cell phone to carry with me in case I needed any help. Up until I was about 15, I spent a lot of time alone by choice. After school, I'd be home by 3:20. I'd eat lunch and immediately take Bambi out into the woods, and we'd explore the surrounding forests and fields and meadows and ponds together. He was always right by my side, and he seemed really attuned to spiritual stuff too. And if I felt something was in the house, he'd bark at it or whine, or I'd watch him follow it around. Usually he'd pick up on the presence of something at the same time that I would. Anyway, from my backyard to the left, there is a small strip of trees, and in the fall and winter, when the branches are bare, you can see the field next door, which is about 300 yards from the house itself. There is a big plane shed up there and a kind of runway where my neighbor would fly his biplanes off. What's kind of important to the story is that I have no neighbors for a mile in any direction. It was pretty rare to see any kind of people on the surrounding properties, unless it was my neighbor haying the fields in the summer. But one day, in early fall, I had begun tromping through the woods with Bambi for several hours. I let him run off leash most of the time, but he would only run ahead about 20 feet and keep turning around to check that I was still there. If I lost sight of him, he'd retrace his steps and find me again. That day I got caught up in whittling something, so Bambi ran off a little bit, and I suddenly realized I was alone. Then suddenly, there was a lot of crashing deeper in the woods, and I heard Bambi's alarm bark and a lot of yelping, and then some screeching. Raccoons and gophers make really fucking scary distress sounds, so I figured that was it. So I called Bambi, and he popped out of some bush, covered in pickers, and since I was spooked, I ran right back home with him. Right as I got to the back door, I stopped to catch my breath, and Bambi and I were just standing there when I spotted someone or something standing on the very edge of the runway. It ran along the higher end of the field, and then there was a steep drop off the edge of the hill at the very end of it. It didn't appear to be wearing anything distinctive, but even in the dusk, I could see that they appeared completely black, or everything about them was very shadowy and dark. This is the part that gives me shivers now. They were standing, facing off the runway, and then I saw them hunch over, then slowly raise their head and yell, "Bambi," in the same high voice I would use to call him. It had the same vocal inflection as me too, but it sounded like they were trying really hard to sound like me. Next to me, Bambi tucked his tail under, lowered his head, and growled softly. It called again, but this time it sounded like they were losing their voice, as if they had been calling for a while. In my 8-year-old logic, I assumed that someone was trying to steal my dog. But why would they stand in the middle of the field and be obvious about it? When I told my parents about it that night, they dismissed my story. The next day, I went to my cousin's house 2 miles up the road, and my uncle told me about an animal he saw the night before that he was trying to identify. He said it looked like an emaciated cow sprinting across the bridge over the creek, which is about 300 yards from the runway. Also, since then, anyone who's been at my house has always been uneasy around the creek and the plane shed, whether or not they're interested at all in the paranormal. I know that a lot of death happens in nature, but I've also found several goats ripped up in the field,
The nearest house with any amount of goats or farm is nearly 4 miles away, and a lot of unexplained things have happened up there. My husband and I are avid campers. We live in Southern California and go out to the mountains as often as possible with our 2 dogs. I'm from Oregon and grew up in the woods. I did search and rescue religiously and spent much of my time going on trail rides and hikes as much as possible. Just to give you an idea on how much experience we have, we've been married for 2 years and have already been on over 20 camping trips trying to visit as many different spots as possible. Sometimes even switching campsites for a weekend, only spending one night. But this last trip scared the camper out of me, and it may be a while until I'm ready to return to the woods. We stopped by a favorite of ours called Holcomb Valley Campground. We set up camp, played with the dogs, and went for a small walk on the many back roads and some of the short trails, just revisiting our favorite areas. The dogs acted normal, running around off-leash and playing. We were comfortable and calm, and came back to dinner and hot chocolate before it got too cold. Then we slipped into our tent for the night. Me being pregnant, I have to go to the bathroom often during the night. I got up around 2 a.m., grabbed my flashlight, and brought one of our dogs, a golden retriever, with me. Now, don't let the reputation of the golden retriever fool you about mine. He was raised without much contact with other people, except for family and our other dog, a pit bull mutt. Moose, our golden retriever, is very alert, doesn't like other people, and growls to warn them off. And especially after we became pregnant, he is overprotective of me. Both our dogs are fit and used to go camping, and going off leash, they don't leave our sides. So Moose and I made our way to the bathrooms, and of course, he came in with me. While I was doing my business, Moose's ears pricked straight up and he growled his "get away" growl. I was nervous. I didn't bring my knife like an idiot, and all I had was a flashlight. Figuring it was just someone needing to use the bathroom, I ordered Moose to stay by my side, and we left, but no one was there. Moose's hackles were up so high, he looked huge, and he was pressed up against my legs so tightly, it made me almost have to pee again. But we fast walked all the way back to our tent and jumped in. I made sure my knife was there. My husband was okay, and that our pit bull was okay too. Everything was fine, and Moose relaxed a bit, laying down right next to my head. I eventually fell asleep. Now, here's where it gets really disturbing. I woke up about 45 minutes later to a low woof from Moose and our pit bull growling. They were listening intently to the side of the tent, both of them almost shaking. I put a hand on them to calm them down, and that only made them jump and growl even more. My husband is such a heavy sleeper, I knew I couldn't wake him, so I got a knife ready, and I listened. I would say it was about 40 or 45 feet away from us, something stalking over the fence that divided the campsite from the road. It sounded like deer with light feet just barely crunching over the ground. I had been camping with herds of deer before, and it sounded very much like that, and our dogs had never seen a deer before, so it made sense for them to be scared. I laid back down and just quieted them, saying very clearly, "Shh, it's okay guys, just a deer." And then, the deer outside said something in almost my same voice. "Just the deer." This voice said it like it was practicing something. Like how you rehearse a line you just can't get right in a speech. I gasped so hard, my dog started shaking like crazy. My husband jumped up and hollered at them for scaring him. I listened, almost in tears, for the thing, but no sound came.
The dogs were on edge for what seemed like hours until they finally calmed down, and it wasn't until then that I was able to fall asleep too. When I awoke the next morning, it was from a bad dream. I just remembered running barefoot and my feet were cold from being outside of the sleeping bag. It was near 5 a.m. and the dogs were on edge again. This time I didn't hesitate. I grabbed my knife and sat up, listening to everything. I said clearly, "Are you there?" towards the direction of the fence, but nothing said anything. I think I repeated myself about 2 more times until a coyote howled. It was far away and clear. I was starting to calm down, thinking it was silly for thinking that something like a skinwalker was out there when the coyote howled again, this time much, much closer to us, like right across the road close. And this one was not a coyote. It was high-pitched, then would end in a hoarse growl type voice. It did it again and again, rehearsing the howl over and over. My husband woke up this time asking me if it was a coyote. Petrified, I told him, "I don't think so." This thing howled for over 10 minutes until it stopped and finally left. My dogs were just as scared as I was. That morning, we went for another walk, then packed our things to move to the next campsite. Moose ended up vomiting most of the day, and that kind of made me panic. He was so on edge. He couldn't keep anything down, and our pit bull was listening to anything and everything, never leaving our sides. That night, we were at a completely different campsite on the other side, so nothing happened, and the dogs were finally able to get some sleep. The next day, we stopped in Big Bear for lunch. Moose was all better at that time, and we all went for a walk in the village. When we ran into our neighbors, we recognized at Holcomb Valley Campground. We asked them about the coyote, and they suddenly went pale. They told us about what happened that night. We'll call the woman Mary and the man Ben. They had a small dog named Benji. They said Benji had to go out in the middle of the night, so they unzipped the tent and let him do his business. He just ran to the fence and was barking until Ben went out and got him. Ben said that across the road he saw a man standing there. And when he waved a hand, the man ran away into the woods. All night, Benji and the other dogs were barking like crazy, until a few hunters went to investigate. They had their bows and a couple of knives and a few trained hunting dogs with them. They crossed the road and went after the man to see if he needed help. They got about 20 feet on the side when the man screamed at them, with something between coyote and those dinosaurs from Jurassic Park, quoting Ben. It woke everyone up, and one guy claimed the thing shifted before them into something like a deer, with impossibly thin legs, and bounded away faster than any animal possibly could. My husband doesn't believe in that kind of stuff, so he shrugged it off, as people being tired and the night being so dark. But I know that it was a skinwalker, and that's enough to keep me away. So, for people who love to go camp up in Big Bear, be careful when you venture up into those hills, because there's something up there. I'm half Navajo and half Mexican. For over 20 years of my life, I've lived on the Navajo Nation reservation. The Native American side of my family always warned us to be careful at nighttime. My grandparents would always tell me stories of these shape-shifting witches that can curse you, kill you, or just mess with you. They called them skinwalkers. They called them this because they would take the skin of dead animals and wear them to change into the shape of that animal or something in between a human and animal. Not like a typical werewolf, though. I never believed in it, really. I'm only half Navajo and very light-skinned, so I was never treated the same by most of the people here. I drifted away from the culture and thought it wasn't for me. It was around summertime when this happened. I was in high school. It was about 6 to 8 years ago. I was around 15 or 16. I used to hang out with a group of guys who liked to do a lot of delinquent type stuff. You know, smoke cigarettes, stay up all night. The guys who always come over to somebody's house to play video games, and then at 3 a.m. if we felt like it, we'd go sneak out to Paradise. I know it's ironic, the name. It's basically a giant metal pipe that carries irrigation water to all the farms in the area, but it was also a spot for kids to get drunk or high in the evenings. However, the place did have a scary history of kids and adults who drowned or died in the night, but I always thought those were just urban legends. But at 3 a.m., that was our time that we as boys would test one another to cross the pipe. Sort of an initiation kind of thing, see how far you could go. We usually could go all the way across. Now keep in mind that pipe goes well over 3 stories high. It's also pretty wide. I'd say as wide as an average car. We would walk this thing for kicks in big groups early in the morning, so one night, me and a small group of friends were driving around bored at 2 in the morning, wanting to spook each other, so I said, let's go to Paradise and walk the pipe. As most of the friends I was hanging out with had never done it like I had. They agreed. They were pumped up on energy drinks, and we started driving there. It was pretty quiet. The sky was dark and the night was cold, and we got to the place and one of the kids didn't want to go. Said his parents were very traditional and he just wanted to chill in the car. He probably just wanted to text some girl, I'm sure. I told him it's fine, keep the car locked and running in case we see something scary. Me and the other boys went on without him. As we got onto the pipe, a few of the guys were scared and had me take the lead. As we crawled, I'd say 1/4 of the way up the pipe talking and laughing, I noticed a faint white or light gray bat bigger than my head flying around us. It dived for us a few times. We dodged it at first, but one of the kids slipped and almost fell off of the pipe. I reached out to him, grabbing his right arm. One of the kids grabbed him by the shirt collar, and another one grabbed his other arm. All together, we got back on the pipe shaken that we'd almost lost our friend to the dark depths below, but at least the bat was gone. We were a little freaked out, but the guys wanted to continue. We laughed about it as guys usually do. We passed the halfway point on the pipe with no problems, but as we continued, one boy, Michael, saw something. At the end of the pipe, there's a hill. Behind that hill, it is very brightly lit because of a church somewhere off in the distance. But on that hill, there was a black figure with pointy ears, kind of like the silhouette of a dog. Now, Michael was a tough guy, so he yelled at the thing, saying, "I'm not scared of you." He even tossed a few rocks he had in his pocket. One of the rocks hit the pipe and the others fell into the brush below. The shadowy silhouette stood up on 2 legs, like a human. We all freaked out, jaws dropped. Then someone pointed, saying, "Look, there's another one to the left, and another one to the right." So 3 silhouettes of pointy dog-eared people on the hill. I told everyone to back up so we could get back to the car. The things to the right and the left of the hill started to move down, towards us. Now there was just one standing guard on the top of the hill, the one who had first stood up. We were trying to hurry back, but we had come so down the pipe in complete darkness it wasn't going to be quick. There was silence for a few minutes. Then we heard a girl crying. It sounded like she was hurt and scared, almost in pain. We were overcome with a strange feeling of wanting to help. Michael wanted to go back towards the end and crawl down and help this girl. I almost followed too, but inside I was like, no, this is wrong. Something isn't right. I yelled at him and everyone, telling them they're stupid. Telling them, look up there, on that hill. Do you not see what those things are? This is a trap. That crying has to be fake. And if there's a girl hurt, we'll come back when the sun's up in a couple hours and check. Now, the moment I said this, the crying stopped. All the guys freaked out. They can't believe what came over them. They said they'd almost forgot what we saw before. Halfway up the pipe now, we started to hear a native drum being played. We started running on top of the pipe to get to the car. Corey stopped us. We can all hear it under our feet. It sounds like a pack of snarling and growling, yelping coyotes. It's pitch dark below, but we know they're under us. So we run full speed, not looking back, straight to the car. We jumped in and started yelling and took off, hauling ass down that dirt road back to a well-lit gas station. We explained what happened to her driver, and we couldn't get the girls crying out of our head. We did go back in daylight, just to make sure, but we didn't find a girl. Instead, in that area where we had heard the crying, we saw a coyote watching us a close distance away. It wasn't shy, it just looked at us for a few seconds and walked off into the brush. I never went back there after that. My particular neck of the woods is hilly. I live deep in the countryside with my father, who was stricken with frequent seizures and unable to work or even live alone. My story takes place during the autumn of 2014. I was a 26-year-old college dropout at the time and working part-time jobs at a gas station. Thanks to this, I had a lot of free time on my hands, most of which was spent hiking in the woods surrounding my home. On one of my many solo hikes, I saw something that has changed me. As I stated before, the season had just changed to autumn and trees were starting to change into the many brilliant shades that time of year is known for. I had decided after one of my shifts at work to go get one last extended hike in before the cold started in for the year. I left the house around 2:30 p.m. and told my dad I'd be back around 7 for dinner. Warm sun, but with a cooling breeze and remarkably low humidity. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. Perfect weather for a hike. I had been walking alongside a creek using a large branch turned into a makeshift walking stick. I was going my usual route for around 45 minutes when I realized the woods were quiet. Way too quiet. I stopped to listen, and aside from the running water to my right, there was not a sound in the forest. After shuddering from a cold chill I attributed to a breeze that had cut through the trees, I continued my trek, trying my best to match the silence of the woods with each step. Another 45 to 60 minutes passed, and my trail separated from the creek and began to loop back around towards my house. I had always dreaded the part of the hike due to the steep hills that laid out before me. I stopped to take a breather. After resuming my hike, I made it nearly 3/4 of the way through when I felt a strong wind at my back, and then a loud crack somewhere in front of me. About 40 yards ahead of me, and about 15 yards to the right, a young white-tailed buck stood alert, but unaware of my presence. After a few seconds of taking in the beauty of the creature, I noticed the wind was still blowing, and thought it was strange that the buck hadn't noticed me. I had always heard that being upwind of a deer would ensure you'd be noticed and the beast would flee. Shrugging it off, I continued walking. taking care to remain silent as to avoid spooking the buck. After walking about 15 yards, I noticed movement in the direction of the deer. Looking, I noticed he was no longer alert and had began walking slowly through the brush. I noticed something else as well. The deer was now about 30 yards away from me, but in between us, close to the ground, there was a pitch black mass moving under the cover of the foliage. It was much closer to the buck than to me and was approaching him. He had yet to notice it. I froze for a moment, waiting to see what the strange creature was, as coyotes are the only common predator around here. And this was much too large and too dark in coloration to be one of those. After the distance between the two forest dwellers shrunk to what could have been no more than 10 yards, the hidden beast stopped, and with it the wind. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The deer suddenly looked directly at me, and flinched as if it were going to sprint away. But before it could take so much as a step, a large, black-like cat creature lunged at it and instantly took the deer to the ground. While shocked at the appearance of this foreign predator, I remembered there had been stories and eyewitness reports going around for the past couple of years of a large black mountain lion roaming the hills in my county. I could no longer see the animals through the brush, but I didn't need to see to know what it looked like. Quietly, I continued along my path, wanting to avoid disturbing the feasting feline. As I walked along, I realized I was getting a clearer view of the animal. It was bigger than I had expected, having only seen them on television and books, and the color was mesmerizing, a deeper black than anything I'd seen, almost as if it was pulling the light towards it, never to escape. I stopped to marvel at the creature. As I did, it began eating. I felt bad for the deer, but this was the circle of life and all. What felt like minutes, but couldn't have been more than a few seconds passed, and I was hit with the horrid smell that I attributed to the dead deer. That's when I noticed the cougar wasn't black all over. Its face and hands were the typical color, aside from being covered in blood. But wait a minute. Hands. Why did it have hands where paws should have been? I began to study the creature more. Features, which just seconds before were that of a large cat, were becoming human-like before my eyes. What was once a black cougar or mountain lion was now a large bulky man with long black hair and covered in black furs for clothing, eating a freshly killed deer raw with only his hands, nails, and teeth. I couldn't help but let out a quiet gasp. But it wasn't quiet enough. The man stopped his meal but didn't move for a few moments. I knew I had to get out of there, but I didn't want him to be able to follow me home. He hadn't looked in my direction yet, and he was beginning to stand. Without thinking, I launched the stick I had been using to aid my hike back down the path in the direction I came from. After hearing the crash, the man sunk back down and began creeping in that direction, becoming a cat yet again as he moved. Taking my eyes off of him as little as possible, as fast as I could without making noise, I continued along the path. Once I felt like I was far enough away, I broke into a sprint and didn't stop until I was through my back door. I haven't seen that man or the cat since, but I quickly convinced my dad to move to a new town and haven't been back to those woods. So, who knows if it's still skulking around there. I knew about skinwalkers before my encounter, but the thought didn't cross my mind until a few months ago when I was retelling the story to a younger cousin at a Halloween party to scare them. I've always been the paranoid type. If I hear a noise in the dark, I'd jump to the conclusion that it was something there, that was here to hurt me. But what I experienced in June 2017 will never leave my memory. I've never done drugs or had any type of alcohol and continue to keep it that way. But me, my two brothers, and my parents all decided to move away from our old town after my uncle had just died, to start fresh. We had found a nice 5-bedroom house that would fit all of us. It was surrounded by woods and was always quiet. The nearest neighbor was about 90 meters away. The second week of us moving, me and my bigger brother Brandon decided to go to a creek that we had found the first day of us moving in. We followed the path that we had made from prior visits into these woods and reached the creek. It was a nice little creek. Occasionally you could see some fish swim by, but not today. The creek didn't seem right. It was quiet. No birds chirping, nothing. Just the sound of the water calmly flowing. I could tell my brother was getting as scared as I was, so I suggested we leave. But him being the big brother who was never scared, he said that we should stay a while, but I am pretty sure he didn't really want to. It had only been a couple of minutes when we started to smell something so awful I can't even imagine what it could be. Rotten meat that had been left out in the heat and sprayed by a skunk. We started to get creeped out and finally decided to leave. As we started to head down the trail, my brother stopped to pee. He had walked no more than 10 meters behind a bush to take care of his business when I heard a scratching sound behind me. I turned to see what was making this strange noise and was met with the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. A tall, almost 10-foot figure stood between me and a tree about 5 meters away, poking half of its body from the tree looking at me. It had pale white skin, dog-like ears, and patches of fur scattered all over its body. The thing that scared me the most, it was whispering my name. Justin. It kept repeating my name. I screamed louder than I've ever screamed, but my brother ran to my side, and when he seen this thing, he just grabbed my arm and started running with me. We didn't look back. We slammed open the door to our house. Screaming and babbling, our parents rushed over to us and asked what was wrong. I was trying to explain it, what had just happened, but I couldn't. My brother was just quiet and was staring out of the living room window. My parents checked what he was looking at and could finally figure out what happened. And instead of grabbing the shotgun we had next to the fireplace, my dad said to run to the car, and we left as fast as we could. Since that encounter, we have called the police, and they didn't even seem like they thought we were crazy. They actually believed us and did a scan of those woods, but nothing was uncovered. We never moved out of that house, and I've never touched a tree belonging to those woods since. I made friends in my new location a few months later and told them this story. They didn't seem to have a clue about what it was until I asked my friend Adam, and he said one word: Skinwalker. This happened about 7 or 8 years ago. I was 16 or 17. I was with my sister, her husband, and her husband's sister, and 2 cousins. We were driving back from Cortez, going through the mountains near Steamboat, Arizona. It was late at night, and all we could see ahead of us was darkness and tall trees. We were driving a white pickup truck. I was sitting in the front with my sister and her husband, and the others were sitting in the back of the truck bed. All of a sudden, a coyote ran in front of us, so we said a prayer. When that happens, it's supposed to be bad luck. We were driving for I don't know how long when 3 or 4 more ran in front of us again. After that, we started seeing owls. Now, owls, those are very, very bad luck. It's said that when you see them, it means someone will get hurt bad in your family, but that's mainly just a Navajo thing. We saw like 6 of them, and
The weird thing about that was there was 6 of us. So as the night grew darker, we pulled over. I jumped in the back and one of the cousins got up front. We were about 5 minutes away from the house on a dirt road. We could even see the house, and we were going about 30 miles an hour when all of a sudden something big and black jumped in front of us. We hit that thing so hard that the front of the truck was completely smashed in. When we realized what had just happened, we got out of the truck and looked around. The weird thing about this is whatever it was jumped out on the right side of us, but there was this big fence there blocking the whole side. So after a few seconds of realizing what happened, we went in front of the truck and saw a few drops of blood and hair. We tried to get the truck started, but it wouldn't work, and only one of the headlights on the left side was working. So we shined the light out there, trying to look for whatever we hit, but we couldn't find anything. No footprints, no blood drops, nothing, anywhere. Then all of a sudden, in the distance, we started hearing 2 people laughing and whistling, running around us and hiding in the shadows. We knew what it was, and we just started praying in Navajo. 15 minutes went by, and they were still there laughing, an evil, scary laugh. Then one of the guys we were with decides to run back to the house and get help, since we can see the house from where we're at. While we were waiting, we noticed that we could hear only one person around us. We were scared and didn't know what was going to happen. Then in the distance, we saw truck lights turning on and coming towards us. We were so happy. When they got there, the guy that ran to get help told us that one of the things was following him. He said he could hear it running in the shadows near him. He also said that while he was running by an empty water tank, he could hear the laughing echoing off the tank. When we got back to the house, we called the cops, but when they showed up, we told them what happened, so he told us to take him to where it happened. The truck was still parked there with one headlight on. The cop was flashing his light around looking for whatever we hit, but he couldn't find anything. No footprints walking off, nothing. I mean, we hit that thing so hard it should have just died, but we couldn't find it. While we were telling the officer what happened, we got this strong sense like he didn't want to be there. And we didn't either. The following day, we called in a medicine man and had ourselves blessed. I live in Pennsylvania, just outside the city of Reading. There's a lot of thick forests around here, but nothing ridiculous, and it's mostly suburbs where I am. Farther out is highway and farmland. Lucky for me, I live right up at the edge of a small community at the very top of a hill. The forest is literally across the street from me. Anyway, somewhere about a year ago, maybe 2, my dad and I were outside having a personal chat about some recent tough events going on in my house when suddenly we hear a weird sound in the forest across the road. We both stopped and looked over. "I didn't think deer came out this late," I said. My dad just stared at me looking kind of confused. Then suddenly we heard someone yell. It sounded like they were saying help and that they were bleeding. We both sat there staring into the woods where it came from. My dad stood up and said to get inside. We both rushed in and I watched him run upstairs to grab his handgun. My dad's a rough sort of guy and always heads for his gun if he thinks something's going down. And something was definitely going down. I opened our back door again to our deck. It was a glass door, and peeked back towards the forest to see if anyone would come sprinting out or something. Keep in mind, we're at the edge of the suburbs and not exactly used to hearing people scream bloody murder in the middle of the night. Then I heard it. This loud, weird screech. It was like a cat or a woman, but it definitely wasn't human. It was weird, like it was high-pitched but not. and the sound filled the entire neighborhood for a full 10 seconds before it suddenly went silent. I slammed the glass door shut and ran to the stairs just in time to see my dad stomping down in boots with his pistol. "Did you hear that?" I remembered asking him. He nodded, and we both headed out the front. By now, a bunch of our neighbors were coming outside too. The scream was really fucking loud, but I didn't even expect all these people to come out this late. It was almost midnight. My dad went down to the street and looked up at the forest. Another guy came up to my dad and had some kind of handgun too. I watched them start chatting for a bit until suddenly another one of those screams pierced the air again. It was horrible and made me feel sick to my stomach. It went on for something like another 10 seconds and then just suddenly cut off. Like idiots, my dad and this random neighbor guy decide to point their guns towards the forest and head in. I couldn't believe it. I mean, my dad's a hunter and he's been doing it since he was a kid and he's almost 40. But there's no way I'd do something like that. They must have been in the forest for a good 20 minutes together, searching the darkness for God knows what. I sat outside with a bunch of neighbors that entire time, staring into the forest and waiting. Eventually they came back just fine. They stuck together the entire time according to my dad and thought they saw something like a tall guy in the forest at some point. When they tried to see if he was the one screaming, apparently he got on all fours and hauled ass into the forest. We were all pretty shaken up, but parted ways and headed back to our houses. It was pretty weird and no police or anything ever checked it out, but eventually we all moved past it. A long while after, there was a separate incident that didn't exactly connect to the first. Later that year, I was sitting outside with my friend on my back porch. We were talking and having a grand old time just messing around when I saw my cat Jinx pawing at my glass window. "What a stupid cat," my friend said. I agreed with him and played with the cat, putting my finger on the window while he pawed at my finger wherever it went. That's not what's weird though. Later that night, I was in my room playing a game with my window open. My cat was somewhere in the house, along with all of our dogs, so I know he was fine. Anyway, I was sitting there playing some games with my window open when I heard what sounds like a cat meowing outside. I paused my game wondering if Jinx had gotten outside. I went to my window to listen and I heard that meow again, but it was a long, deep one that you hear from a cat when they're pissed off and backed into a corner with their claws out. I recognized it wasn't my cat, but it was still coming from the woods behind my house, so I stared into them and tried to see where the stray was and what it was getting so mad at. The cat did that long, angry meow again, and it sounded sort of close to my actual yard. I heard some shuffling in the woods and then something weird happened. I thought I could hear someone talking, except it wasn't like a normal person's voice. It was like some mentally unstable person trying to mimic someone else really badly. It sounded like it was trying to say, "Stupid cat," but it sounded very distorted. Immediately I got creeped out, but since my window was on the second floor, I felt fairly safe to keep listening. Then I realized the voice was changing. "Stupid cat." It clicked. It sounded like something trying to sound like my friend, but doing a really, really bad job. Then there was a serious scuffle. I heard twigs breaking and the cat just going apeshit. I mean, it was really screeching and meowing like it was fighting for life or death. Then there was this loud thumping sound. It was like something big and heavy smacking against something else solid. After that, the meowing stopped completely and whatever was out there was dead silent. I was pretty creeped out by this point and I shut my window and had real trouble sleeping that night. Nothing's really happened since aside from one incident where I was getting a drink late one night and thought I saw someone crouching really super low on my back porch and looking into my glass door. like I saw light reflected off of their eyes when you see an animal at night or something. The door was locked and it really freaked me out and made me sprint up to my room and wake up my dad. But he didn't find anyone or anything. I've been assuming it was just me being scared from all the previous occurrences. We had an encounter here that was like a cougar stalking us, but in a very human way. It was at one point walking on its hind legs, and it called my friend from the trees by name in a somewhat human lady voice. He didn't go to it, but came back to the fire from using the bathroom and was very scared. We were camping and staying the night, so we all stayed near the fire, then all slept together by it all night instead of in our tents. It was a pretty buggy mosquito night as well, which sucked, and we all got bit up to hell. I saw the cougar all night long. In the trees, it watched us. None of us walked away from the fire to use the bathroom after that. We would just turn and pee sort of into a ditch nearby where everyone could see. I'm always armed when I go camping, but I was very afraid this time. This animal didn't seem natural. Not like a predator should be. This was on the res in Washington State. I've seen so many cougar here, I'm pretty used to them. But this one was very off. It seemed almost clever. It didn't really hide either. It just watched us. It didn't attack, run away, or anything. It walked on its hind legs from one big tree to another, just like a person, then would run up the tree. These animals are scary enough naturally, and to see one acting so strangely was a very bad feeling. I don't think it was really a cougar. Plus, my friend did say it said his name. It wasn't growling or anything like that, but like a regular woman's voice, and he was scared shitless. And he slept in the middle of us the entire night, so he would be the farthest from this animal. In the morning it was gone, and we never went back to that site again. In late May of last year, I was home alone in the middle of the day. I live in the Midwest and there's not much around my home, just my small town and a few lakes. It started to rain and I ran outside to grab up the tablecloths from the tables after a party I had the day before. They were right at the end of our property and there's nothing else around but other homes and there's miles of thick woods in between. As I was running back inside to avoid the cold, wet rain, I heard what sounded like a woman or young child screaming. It sounded extremely close, and I was freaked out, but I thought someone needed help. Then I got a whiff of what I could only explain as burned hair or dried blood, something like that. It was like sniffing powder copper. I called out and strained to hear all the noises when the scream came again. It was like someone was just screaming at the top of their lungs in a painful, crackling, heartbreaking scream. I realized it was coming from the woods and quickly ran to the barbed wire fence line. I called out and was about to squeeze through the wire when I heard a snarkling, snapping noise. My first thought was, oh my god, an animal is attacking a neighbor or something. Now, I'm 5'1" and quite small. I knew I could only help by running inside and calling 911. Before I could turn and run back home, something moved in the corner of my eye. Out from the trees stepped a 6-point buck. It walked towards me and I just couldn't look away. It carried itself strangely, like its legs were all different lengths. It looked like it was special, something wrong with it. I don't know how to explain it.
I snapped out of my gaze and quickly turned and started running to get help for that woman or girl or baby I heard screaming when another painful shriek sounded out. I turned to see in horror that it was the buck screaming this ungodly scream. It was the same one I had been hearing the entire time, and it was obvious that it was coming from the deer. It took another crazy, uneven step towards me and stood up on its hind legs and opened its mouth. It started talking, or trying to, but it wasn't making real words. It's like those internet videos you see that are for comedy, but it sounds like a cat or dog is talking. At this point, I had all but collapsed in shock and fear. I was crying and shaking and couldn't get my legs to run away. I was completely frozen. It jumped over the fence and landed on all fours, but quickly flopped onto its stomach and started crawling towards me. It was like a strange swimming motion or army-style crawling. It kept getting closer and closer to me, and adrenaline finally kicked in and I ran. Behind me, I could hear more horrible talking. This time it sounded like it was saying welcome, but not being able to complete the whole word or pronounce it properly at all. The syllables were all stretched out. I got inside and slammed the door and locked it. I looked out of the glass frame in the front door and saw it was still coming. It had collapsed on its side and lay there howling and making a cackling noise. I left the door to get the phone, and when I came back and looked out of it, the creature was gone. A minute later, it was right at the door looking inside with the side of its face. I hid in the hallway around the corner and called 911. I lied and said someone was trying to break in because if I said a deer was terrorizing me, I thought they would laugh or ignore me. When I looked back around the corner, I saw a bloody man pounding the glass with the palm of his hand. He had the same stare that buck had, and I knew it was the same creature, somehow. Then it said, "Honey, I'm back." I hid silently, and the policeman got there about 15 minutes later. Finding nothing, he scoffed at me and wrote down what I told him anyways. My family and friends thought I was crazy, and I started to agree with them after a while. Some days I still can't believe it happened. Some nights I lie awake and think of how that thing has the voice of a child. I had a rather disturbing experience, and I would like to share it. It was late at night, and I was, and still currently am, having sleeping problems. I decided to walk to my mother's house, which requires me to walk through a wooded area. At the time, I was walking by an office building, which is also by a cut-off park. There's an area that has no streetlights. As I passed through it, I got a terrible feeling, like I was being watched. I ignored it, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement in the trees. I glanced over, but quickly dismissed it. There was a lot of lights and a clearing a few hundred meters back. As I continued to walk down the road, I was approaching a corner that has woods on one side, along with a trail and a back road. I kept to the right, avoiding the woods. I kept hearing what was obviously a bipedal creature walking because I could hear them walking and crunching through the hard snow and ice. I stopped and placed my hand on my knife, fearing people are going to attack me. It's pretty common where I live. After a moment, it stopped. I saw nothing in the trees. I carefully walked away, keeping a close eye on that area. I turned the corner, and I still haven't turned my back to the area where I heard the noises, when to my left, in the trees, something quickly sprinted off into the woods. I turned as quickly as I could, but it was already gone. That's when I decided to go back. I thought it could be a cougar or something dangerous. I quickly made my way down and back. As I passed the office building, this time on my right, I looked over at that same direction of woods, and I saw somebody standing by the picnic table. At the top of some stairs that connect to the same trail, I heard those footsteps. I tried to get a good look at whoever it was by stopping and staring, but when I did, they ran off. This gave me a sense of dread, and I was sure it was some guys planning to mug me, so I started to run. Once I reached the bottom of the hill, I heard somebody yell, "Hey!" But the sound of it froze me dead in my tracks. It sounded horrifying, distorted and strained. It just was not normal. I looked over at the woods and scanned the tree line when I saw what looked like a deer, but it was standing on its hind legs. Now, I have seen deer do that, but not for more than a few seconds, and not like this. It was standing as still as stone, like it was normal, and it was looking right at me. Now, I'm Native American, so part of me immediately knew what this was, but part of me wanted to deny it. I knew it was a skinwalker. I trembled at the thought of one. I couldn't bear the thought of being face to face with one, and I was frozen in fear. And I'm a rather large man. I stand 6 foot tall and weigh around 240 pounds, but in that moment I was ready to cry. It wasn't until it started hobbling towards me that I started screaming at it like I was trying to scare off an animal, but it didn't faze it. It wasn't until I pulled out my knife that it stopped, like it knew what it was. And we stared at each other for a moment before somebody in a house behind me opened the door to see what I was yelling about. It immediately ran into the woods, letting out an absolutely horrible scream. And just as quickly, the man yelled at me to come inside, and as soon as I did, he asked me how long I was out there with that thing. I couldn't even tell how long it was. He let me stay the night, and the next day he told me to go see an elder to get blessed. I asked him what it was, even though I already knew. He told me it was something I should never talk about aloud. He also told me not to go out at night anymore, or alone. He said once it takes an interest in you, it doesn't let go. So, every night since, I have trouble sleeping. I hope getting this off my chest will at least help somewhat. It happened the summer after my graduation. I got a call from one of my neighbors asking if I could tend to her garden while her and her husband went on a fishing trip. I took the walk down the hill with my dogs through the brush so she could lay out the details of specific care for her plants. Now, my family have known this woman since we moved into our home 20 years ago, and as children we would all go down to visit her, play cards, chit-chat. She'd even let us play in our swimming pool sometimes in the summer. I trust her completely and have house sat for her before, so it was no odd request for my sister and I to go out and help. Her garden was new and absolutely beautiful. I have a garden of my own, but it was nothing compared to hers. It was gated and in beautiful condition. The mosquitoes were horrid though, so she made her instructions short and I retreated back up to the hill to inform my little sister of our assignment. The first day was terribly hot. My sister and I attempted to get up early to evade the heat and bloodsuckers, but in the end they were all sitting in the shade waiting for us to arrive. It took a full hour and a half to completely soak the entire garden, and by then we were sweating and itchy from the mosquitoes, and quite irritable, to be honest. We were supposed to water the garden every morning so that the sun wouldn't dry up the water throughout the day. So I got up early to wake my sister, who, after yesterday's entertainment, refused to go down with me, protesting that she wanted to sleep in and to leave her alone. Not wanting to be held responsible for the demise of our neighbor's vegetables, I reluctantly trotted down the path to my neighbor's house. Both of my dogs were off on some squirrel chasing adventure, so I made the trip alone. Only a few birds were out that morning, and the closer I got, the more quiet it became. My attention, however, was on the sun, and I wanted to finish my task as soon as possible. When I was almost done, I took a stretch and went to turn off the hose, wiping the sweat from my forehead. Across the field from the garden, I thought I heard a person, which would have been very odd, so I stood still to listen. What I heard was my sister calling my name in a shrill voice. My sister and I would often call each other in strange, exaggerated screeches and voices in just that particular way. I knew for a fact my sister is far too lazy to hike all the way down and sneak through the brush across the field just to yell my name. I listened again, but I heard nothing. Finishing up, I assumed I had just misheard, believing it to have been a bird or something, though the odd happening stuck in my mind. Later on, I referred the account to my sister, who laughed and joked with me that it must have been this creature her friend told her about. The creature she was referring to was called a skinwalker. I don't know what these creatures are or if they actually exist, but if they were to, I suppose they would live in this kind of area. I put it out of my mind anyways. I don't really believe in such things. The next day, I was with my sister tending the garden and my dog came down to see us. I was shocked to see her paw was all bloody. Thinking she had cut herself on a piece of sheet metal, I ran with her back up to the house to see if I could clean and fix it. My sister didn't want to come up with me, so she stayed in the garden to finish up watering her part. It turned out the blood of my dog's paw was not her own. She had simply caught an unfortunate pack rat who she'd delightfully torn to pieces. When I came back down, my sister wasn't in the garden. Confused, I began to walk to my neighbor's house when she came outside to meet me. She told me she had heard her name being called from across the field in my voice, and the same way I had heard mine. She was visibly spooked and insisted we go back up to our house and leave the garden for tomorrow. I refused and told her she could go up without me if she wanted, but I had to finish. I suspected she was only messing with me, and I was waiting for her to give up her ruse right away, like she normally would. Instead, she stayed with me, holding her arms and refusing to walk up alone. Once we finished, we both came back together for the next 3 mornings to water the garden, and no other occurrences happened. To this day, my sister claims she was not lying. I'm not sure if these creatures are supposed to be smart enough or talented enough to pull off stunts so specific. We've lived in the same house in the middle of the woods for our whole lives, and we can be loud and silly without fear of annoying anyone, but if someone or something had been close enough to listen, they definitely had plenty of time to do so. And how these occurrences only happen when we're alone gives me goosebumps. I wish I had more answers. My story begins in Colorado. I was 14 years old at the time. My family was taking a trip to visit my grandmother, who lives deep in the country. We were planning to stay over a few nights and enjoy the peace and quiet of the country. I've always been more of an indoorsy person, but I did love taking a nice hike through the woods from time to time. The highway drive was long and uneventful, but once we finally got there, I was super excited. After all, I had my own room in the beautiful cabin my grandmother lived in, with an amazing view of the lake and the forest surrounding the property. I exchanged greetings with her and, after a few minutes of idle conversation, headed to my room. I pulled out my laptop and began to get a setup for a quality gaming session when I first heard the howling. It sounded like a wolf's cry, but slower, almost distorted. Like if you recorded it and played it back at half the speed and lowered the pitch. It was creepy, no doubt, but having little to no experience living in the country, I brushed it off, mentally categorizing it as just a different animal. Soon, the sun began to set, and I was indeed tired, partly due to the long car ride. I began to get settled into bed, and despite the thick comforter, something didn't feel right. It's a feeling hard to describe, like something was misplaced or missing. I didn't know what it was, so I brushed it off, telling myself it was just a weird feeling of sleeping in an unfamiliar place. Eventually, I drifted off. I woke up around 10 in the morning, feeling very well rested. Looking through my window, I could see it had gotten foggy, and there were billowing clouds of mist drifting through the trees. It was raining too, and heavily. It was hard to see through the windows due to the excessive amount of water droplets. I threw on some pajamas and went to grab some breakfast. When I walked in, there was a note on the kitchen table. According to it, my family left the house to grab some medication for my grandma. They said they'd be back in a couple of hours. So, eating my frosted flakes, sitting on the comfortable couch directly under the living room window watching the rain and fog, I heard that howl again. It was slow and thick, almost sounding deliberate. As it happened, I noticed a figure creep forward in the fog. Now, of course, foggy weather in the country can be extremely thick, and I couldn't see anything over 5 feet from the window. I could barely make it out, but it looked like a wolf. Almost. The feeling that something was wrong, very, very wrong with the animal hit me. Then the realization that the creature was standing on its back legs. Its back legs. I was shocked, confused. When I finally could think clearly, I looked at the creature in more detail. Its legs were twisted and bent in weird ways, almost like it was hit by a car. Up here by the cabin, though, the closest road that's often used is a good mile away. As I looked on in horror, the creature spun around on its 2 hind legs and sprinted. Straight up sprinted, disappearing instantly into the thick fog. And as it turned, though, I could see it had no tail. Like, literally none at all, like it was ripped off. I instantly ran back to my room, shut and locked the door, and trying to forget the horrific sight I'd just seen. When my family finally got back around 3, I waited until my parents were out of the room to tell my grandma. My parents wouldn't believe me anyways. I knew that my grandma was Native American, but not that she was Navajo. She told me what she believed I saw was a skinwalker, supposedly a shapeshifter, a spirit or witch that takes the form of animals in order to harm people, but it can never perfectly replicate the animal it takes the form of. We left 3 days later. I was happy to get out of those woods. After researching the legend of the skinwalker, I honestly believe that's what I saw. So to all those listening, Be careful when you go deep into the countryside of Colorado. If I had met that creature when I was outside of the cabin, I may not have been here to tell this story. I live in a small town in the country. There are more cows than people, and some of the buildings are very old. This happened when I was about 8 years old, and is the first time I've brought myself to tell this story. I only have the courage now because I'm far away from those trees. I lived in a valley, and the woods surrounded our house on all sides. Now, my entire family has lived in this area for generations, and there are countless stories of paranormal things happening to all of us. Several strange things have happened to me, but this is one of the most terrifying. So, living in a small town in the middle of nowhere, there wasn't really anything to do other than hike. I loved hiking and would repeatedly walk in the woods for hours. There was an old story that my grandmother told me of a creature that lived in the woods and would stalk anyone who entered. As a kid, I thought, yeah, right, and that it was probably just a trick. But this day, I stayed out a little later than I intended to, and it started getting dark. Turning back, I began to walk towards my house when I heard a noise behind me. It wasn't uncommon to see a chipmunk or a bird, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. Shrugging it off, I continued, but the sounds grew louder and louder. You could hear the leaves rustle and the branches snapping behind me. I began to get scared. You always hear those stories of kids being kidnapped because they're alone, so I started to run, which was not the smartest idea. I tripped over a branch and fell, skinning my knee pretty bad. Turning around quickly, I thought I was done for, but there was still nothing behind me. Just trees and leaves. It was dead quiet. Even the wind wasn't rustling the leaves around. There wasn't a single bird singing, and feeling pretty silly, I got up, brushed myself off, and turned to walk the rest of the way home when I saw it. To this day, I don't know what it was. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a deer. I live in the country and know what these things look like. This thing was in the distance, staring at me. It was covered in fur and had these piercing white eyes, and what looked like horns or antlers were protruding from its head. I knew it saw me because it seemed to smile, and I swear all of its teeth were sharp fangs. I instantly wanted to scream and run, but when I looked into its eyes, I was frozen. I couldn't even blink, let alone scream. I could only stand there dumbly as it got closer and closer. The closer it got, the more bony it looked. Its limbs were long and it looked starved. It stank like rotten flesh and I felt like crying, but I couldn't. I honestly thought it was all over until it stopped. Its head tilted just a little and it looked at me, then turned and walked away. When it left, I could move again. And when I felt like I could walk without falling, I ran home. I shut myself in my room and bawled my eyes out for hours. I didn't go back in the woods for years, and even now I'm very weary of it. I don't know what it was or why it was there, but I got the message loud and clear. Stay away. That happened well over 10 years ago, and was really the only major experience I had in the woods. Until recently. Now, growing up here, I've seen more strange things in the woods than I can count, but most of them aren't anything to be concerned with. Except recently, something dark has been moving in the woods. It looks like a man sometimes, but changes shape.
It ducks in between trees and hides just on the edge of the woods. I thought I was crazy, but my close friends have seen it too. This thing gives off an evil feeling. One of my friends were pushed down the hill and swears he saw this dark entity out of the corner of his eye. When it happened, another one of my friends swears they heard laughter coming from the trees. This thing gives me the creeps. I'm not sure what it is or if it's that same creature, that Wendigo I seen so many years ago, but it definitely isn't friendly. Before I tell this story, I need to give a little background. This happened in early 2012. I had turned 12 about a month before, and the cabin we were staying at had 3 floors to it. A basement with 2 bedrooms and a furnace. A middle floor with a bathroom and a kitchen, and a top floor. It was an open bedroom with 2 beds. The cabin was built on a slant, the front of the cabin facing towards the empty road and the back facing a forested area with a tree line. The nearest gas station was about 2 miles from the cabin. Now on to my story. Me, my dad, my stepmom, stepbrothers, and my dad's buddy and his girlfriend had gotten to the cabin. Fresh snow had fallen on the ground due to the cabin being on a pretty empty mountain in the middle of nowhere. We all went to our rooms to unpack, and after we did, we went to bed. We had arrived pretty late, and things went pretty normal that night. The next morning, me and my oldest stepbrother had gone downstairs and ate breakfast. We then went outside to play in the snow in our snow gear, so we were playing outside on the side of the house when my stepbrother has to use the bathroom inside. I stayed outside and kept playing, and as I was playing, I noticed a tall figure on all fours. The figure was almost as pale as the snow itself, with patches of brown rotting fur and sunken-in pale blue eyes. It had gangly long limbs with long fingers. Each finger held a long gray claw. The weirdest part about the figure was that it had a deer skull with rotting antlers instead of a head. The creature looked at me and let out an ear-piercing scream and ran back into the tree line. I pissed my pants on the spot. My stepbrother came back out and asked why I looked so pale. I just told him I was cold from being outside and went back in. Later that night, I couldn't sleep because I kept thinking about the thing I saw earlier. Then, I heard a scraping noise along the cabin. It sounded like nails on a chalkboard, so I snuck out of bed and looked downstairs, and my jaw dropped. Outside, walking along the porch, was this thing I saw earlier, scraping its antlers along the cabin wall. It stopped and looked up at me, its pale blue glowing eyes staring back, and I almost screamed. I turned to go downstairs, but by the time I checked for it again, it had vanished. Since then, I haven't seen the creature, but several years later, I finally found out what I had seen. It was a Wendigo. My cousins invited me out to go on a camping trip to some hidden state park or whatever. I happily agreed because, hey, Ohio has to be better than Indiana, right? So I drove out to their house and we pack up our tent and food and head out in this truck for a few hours into the boondocks. After miles of twists and turns, the road gets bumpy and I wake up. We were off the grid completely. Dirt roads and grass everywhere. We park the truck and head up to the hills for a couple of miles and make base camp at the top of a hill overlooking a valley. Nightfall comes fast, and around 1 or so, sitting around the fire, I ask my friends the park's name. They break out in laughter and say it's not a park but native land, and we're camping on some sacred hill. I called bullshit, but they came up with a name which at the time sounded legit enough to not argue against. A few minutes later, we hear this screaming howl that just drifts across the hills and right into our bones. We all grew up hunting and have been around the country and had our fair share of animal encounters and calls, and none of us could agree on what this was. If anything, I would say a screaming fox, but deeper, like a wolf, because of the howl it carried. This goes on a few more times, and our laughter soon becomes uneasy, and it seems to be getting closer. The fifth scream sounded like it was coming from down in the valley next to us, so we all look over in that direction, and I don't care if you believe me or not, but I'll never forget this for the rest of my life. Out of the tree line, we see what looks like a gangly, thin, naked man who from far away seems way too tall for normal. This thing takes off in a sprint on two legs towards us, and without hesitation, all three of us run off the hill and into the woods towards the car. Being nighttime, it only made this escape more terrifying. As we reach the bottom of the hill, we hear the scream again, this time from where our camp was. None of us turn back to check or even see if the others are close to us. After the fastest 2-mile run in my life, we get to the truck and floor it off. We head to the nearest McDonald's where we sat until dawn with no words to each other. We agreed to go back in the morning and grab our things. We did, and to our surprise, nothing had moved or was taken. This seemed kind of weird because if someone was messing with us, they would have trashed the place or at least took a few things. We drove back to my uncle's house where we tried to joke about it and move on. It didn't bother me that much until I saw my friend playing this game called Until Dawn. I became uneasy about how closely it resembled what we saw. I tried to tell him that these things are real and they are out there. When I was 14 or 15, I was a pretty heavy stoner, but was able to hide it from my parents. One night my friends, E and S, were smoking with me. We were under S's deck, which was about 6 feet above the ground, so we could crawl out of my friend's basement window onto a little rocky part. We had only smoked about a quarter of a tightly packed chillum when E suddenly started to flip out. She pointed out into the field in front of us. It took me a second to notice it because I had just temporarily blinded myself with the flame from the lighter. A figure was moving across the field. It looked like a person, but horribly disfigured, white, and emaciated. S couldn't see it because there was a column in his way, so I pulled him by his shoulder into my lap. After seeing it, he jumped back and started to pull open his window. E drew the knife she always kept on her belt, and I felt my stomach turn as a faint smell of rotting meat and rust reached us. We fled back into the bedroom and turned the lights off, leaving everything outside. Beyond hearing some not quite but pretty similar to coyote calls, nothing else happened that night. We were in Colorado at the time, which honestly doesn't have a huge active Native American population, but he was Navajo. We don't know what we saw. We all had different theories. We haven't talked about it since, but we've urged E to help us contact the medicine man.
Here's a little background. I'm a female, and this occurred 2 years ago when I was 18. It took place in Maine. Every summer, my family and I go camp in Ellsworth, Maine. It's about a 3-hour drive from my house. The camp itself is about an hour from the nearest town. I've been going to this camp my entire life. My family owns it, and I've never had an incident like this happen before. I was watching TV in the middle of the night. Both of my brothers and my parents had gone to bed. I heard a noise coming from the kitchen and realized the dogs needed to go outside to do their business. So I took my brother's 2 pit bulls and my Affenpinscher, a tiny dog, outside. After turning on the porch light, I walked around to the front yard and I let the dogs off the leash. It's so incredibly dark in the woods in Maine that the porch light really only illuminated the porch and nothing else, so I tried to keep my eye on them. I was momentarily distracted when I saw a loon, a wild bird, on the lake. When I looked back, I saw that the pit bulls were both looking at something in the woods. I couldn't see what it was, but I assumed they'd seen a squirrel or a raccoon. It was then that I realized I didn't see Alfie anywhere. She's an awfully small dog, and she's completely black. I called for her a few times and heard some soft whimpering right where the dogs had been looking earlier. I took a couple steps in that direction and called for her again, worried that she may have gotten her paw stuck between the rocks or stuck in a snake hole. Suddenly, I felt something moving behind me. I whipped around and looked down. It was Alfie. She had been staying close to me the whole time. I just hadn't seen her. So naturally, I was thinking, if Alfie is here, what the fuck is in the woods? I took another step forward, and the pit bulls began to growl. They were slowly advancing, and were now on either side of me, looking right into the blackness of the woods. I quickly picked up Alfie and began to back up very slowly. I'm not sure what I thought was there, but there are lots of animals in Maine, and I figured the dogs knew better than I did. Since I couldn't see anything, right as I turned around, I heard the most absolutely bone-chilling thing I've ever heard in my life. Coming from the direction of the woods, I heard something, or someone, call Alfie's name. It sounded almost if it were trying to mimic me, but it was just all wrong. The voice sounded really distorted, and it almost seemed to wail. I freaked the fuck out and ran inside with the dogs. I have no idea what was out there in the woods. My camp is essentially a log cabin overlooking a lake, and our nearest neighbor, who's also family, lives at least half a mile in the opposite direction of where the thing was. What do you guys think? I was staying the night at my aunt's house visiting my sister. At the time, we barely saw each other and spent little time we had together. I felt out of place around the native side of my family, but my sister was always there to tie me into them. However, this particular night would bring us all together, regardless of blood. It was the start of the summer. I remember it was about a month before my birthday. I was about to turn 10. Even at a young age, most people know of the Skinwalker. Most of the time you hear about the monsters of the reservation because your parents or elders want you to behave or they'll come for you. But the Skinwalker holds a special place. Most people do believe it is real. Having spent the day on the res with my native family and friends, the day was coming to an end, so we decided to run home before it got too dark. Just before we reached my aunt's house, a Bureau of Indian Affairs officer pulls up next to my sister and I. In a very concerned voice, he asks us where our house was and if we needed a ride. We pointed just up ahead, and he told us to hurry and stay inside. We were a bit confused, but didn't question his orders. We began a full sprint back home. As we approached the house, my aunt was at the door frantically telling us to come inside. Once we were inside, she led us to the basement. The basement wasn't particularly scary, but on this night it was. The windows were covered by planks of wood and blankets. A corner of the room had a mattress on the floor where the family had gathered, huddled. At this point, I heard from upstairs that someone was knocking on the door. It was an officer. My aunt and him were speaking. I couldn't hear much of it, but they both sounded worried. None of us really knew what was going on, but one of my cousins did. He was the oldest of us, besides my aunt. He told us with one word: Skinwalker. I did expect him to say something like that to freak us out, but he didn't laugh. He didn't do anything. He was serious. I became quite frightened now. We all know of the skinwalkers. It was at this time we began hearing sirens from cop cars shrieking all over the reservation. It seemed to go on all night, but I eventually fell asleep. The next day the search was called off and stories abound. The police report mentions of a creature that was spotted near the reservation. Upon investigating, the creature fled and the police gave chase. The characteristics of the creature, to which I remained very skeptical, were that it ran on all fours at incredible speed, sometimes on its elbows and knees, fleshy, like skin inside out, somewhat like an animal, but very human. An officer did take a shot at it, and it hit its mark, but it didn't take the creature down. Afterwards, they lost the creature in the night. A few days later, an older man was found dead in his home from a gunshot wound. Now that last part, I don't know if I believe, but that's how the story goes. However, I do believe they found something. To take those measures to ensure safety is not normal of them. They did find something out there. I have an experience that I would like to share. This happened when I was 14 years old. I'm now 29. This is an experience that I've only shared with a small number of people, and now I'm writing it down for the very first time. My brother, who is a hardened soldier, is still scared about what happened to us that particular evening. Now, on with the story. As a teenager, I would visit my grandma at her home on the Navajo reservation for several weeks every summer. I loved to spend time with her, eat her delicious fried bread, and hear her tell us stories. Every so often, my grandma would hire a worker, the harmless town drunk, to do odd jobs around her house and property. One evening, right before the sun went down, I was asked by my grandma to take him home, which was about 4 miles out of the valley where she lived. I was more than happy to do it, seeing I was only 14 years old, and being asked to drive a truck was pretty awesome. Mind you, on the reservation, no one cares that you're only 14 and driving around. Hell, there's hardly anybody to see you doing it anyways. So my 9-year-old brother jumped in the truck cab with me, while this worker and my dog shared the tailgate of the truck. We were off. After I dropped the worker off at the shack that he and his brothers called a house, we headed back down to the road to Grandma's. As I mentioned before, it was evening and the sky was a deep red as the sun began to set behind us. We were leaving a nice dust trail from the dirt road, and the radio was playing music from the only station that could be picked up from the nearest town. There was nothing unusual, nothing weird. It was at this time that my eye caught movement of something in the bushes a little up the road to the right of us. I remember slowing down, thinking that it was one of the many free-roaming sheep in the area that would dart out in front of the truck. As I passed where I thought I saw it, I sped up, thinking nothing else of it. Then out of nowhere, I just felt this dark feeling of fear and dread. I had no idea why I was feeling this way, but I definitely felt that something was wrong. As I play this memory back in my mind, there were only a few clear moments that I have of that evening. I clearly remember looking in my rearview mirror and seeing the dark silhouette of something very tall and very skinny that seemed to be covered with some kind of fur running behind the truck after us. Whatever it wasn't a normal human, or even human at all. I remember hearing my brother crying and the dog barking ferociously at whatever was chasing us. I remember speeding very fast and shaking violently as the truck bounced on the washboard dirt road. I distinctively remember that this thing was only getting closer as my brother cried, "It's coming up on your side." I remember being scared as hell and thinking that I didn't want to die. At the moment, I thought that would be our last. I remember speeding around a bend in the road and seeing a car coming towards us in the opposite direction. At that moment, I felt instant relief and felt that whatever was following us was gone. Shaken up, but alive, we made it to Grandma's house wondering what the hell just happened.
We ran inside, not looking back, hoping that whatever was chasing us had not followed us home. As we told my grandma about our experience, she didn't seem too surprised, which surprised us. She continued by repeating stories that we had already heard at one point or another about black magic, witches, and something the Navajos call Yinadalushi, or skinwalkers. Needless to say, I didn't even want to look out any of the windows all the rest of the night. As a matter of fact, I never drove on the reservation at night again until I was about 21 years old. Without going too deep into explanation, I'll just say that these skinwalkers are evil men and spirits that use black magic for evil doing. I tell you that as far-fetched as it may sound, they are real. I believe that. If God and His greatness are real, the devil is equally as real, and also has ways of showing himself. This may not sound scary to some readers, and that may be due to my lack of writing skills, but what happened that evening really did happen, and scared the living crap out of me. I invite anybody to visit this part of Arizona if you have any doubt, or want a huge scare. I promise you, you won't be disappointed.
I grew up in a small town on the Gulf of Mexico. Our neighborhood was next to a huge field. On the other side of the field, the Gulf itself. Not extremely relevant, just for a setting. My childhood home was laid out where my bedroom and my parents' bedroom were on opposite sides of the living room, which is where the front door was. I normally stayed up late, much later than my parents. They didn't mind much, as I didn't get into much trouble just playing video games all night. I had fallen asleep playing Super Mario RPG, mid-battle and all, when I woke up to my dad calling me into the living room. So I got up, walked out of my room. Every light in the house was off. I called out, "Dad?" He called me again from the living room. I don't recall the exact verbiage used, but he called me by name and was calling me to him. The living room was completely empty, with not a single light on. I stood there, my eyes peering around the room, which was dimly lit from a nearby streetlight seeping through those blinds. "Dad?" Again, he called out to me. This time, though, his voice came from beyond the front door. In retrospect, of course, something was wrong, but as a young boy, being called to in the middle of the night by their father's voice, the first thing I thought was that he obviously needed my help for some reason. I approached the front door slowly, very slowly, partially out of confusion, partially out of grogginess. As I approached, my dad called to me again, then again, and again. Each call beckoned in a friendly but urgent tone. I was within reach of the doorknob, and I stood there. At this point, I felt something was a little off. Maybe I was sleepwalking or caught in some vapor of sleep or something. I paused for a few seconds to really drink in my surroundings, feel my environment. This gave me time to truly take in the details. I was perceptive. I was awake. There was no mistaking it. "Dad?" Silence. "Dad." Then I heard him once more, stern this time, like he was when I was in trouble.
"Get out here, now."
Oh shit, it's serious, I think to myself. I reach for the door. "What are you doing?" It was my mother, right behind me. Her voice, in contrast to everything I was feeling at that moment, fucking terrified me. It was the most startled I had been in my life, but that record wouldn't last long. "Dad's outside, calling me. I think he needs me," was my reply to her inquiry. "Dad's in the bedroom asleep. Were you dreaming it?" This phrase is one of my most vivid memories. Just thinking about it has me covered in chills. Record shattered. This was by far the most terrifying single moment in my life. No, I know for a fact I wasn't dreaming. I don't sleepwalk. I remember waking up. I remember it very clearly, because I had fallen asleep during a battle in Super Mario RPG, and When I woke back up, Mallow was the only person left standing in my party. And then, right after that was when I first heard something luring me outside. Maybe that's what woke me up in the first place. The act of fear didn't last long, surprisingly. I had no idea what could have been out there. The thought of what it could have been depressed me. I had no response to the bombshell my mother had just dropped on me. I was emotionally exhausted by fear. You know, that sickly, exhausted feeling you get when you receive absolutely terrible news. I simply muttered good night to her, shuffled back to my room, and laid there on the floor until I passed out from emotional exhaustion. I've never encountered anything like this since then. This just seems like the place to share this story without instantly being told that I was just sleepwalking, given that I have not one other single instance of known sleepwalking. And this turned out to be longer than I expected, and I feel very mixed at having immortalized these words. Essentially, part of me feels good to share it to a receptive audience, but the other part of me feels like I'm just stirring some shit. And again, this is 100% factual. I didn't enhance any details. I've told this story for 20 years now, the exact same way. It's one of the clearest memories I have from my childhood. I of course don't know if it was a skinwalker. I have no idea what the fuck it was. All I know is that it was something, and it almost tricked me.
I was spending a month with my cousins at my grandma's house. It was August, and my cousins' ages ranged from 10 to 15, and I was the oldest, being 15. I was staying with a 10, 13, and 14-year-old. We stayed up telling scary stories often, but one night, a few weeks in, we decided to make a campfire out back. My grandma's house is in a rural suburb. The neighbors aren't too far when you're driving down the road to her house, but in the backyard, it's thick forest with man-made paths through it. Each house is on a hill, so only part of the basement was actually underground. That isn't important until later, though. We were towards the east side of her yard in a smallish patch of open land. You couldn't see the neighboring yards from there, and there was probably 3/4 of a mile to each side of us that belonged to my grandma. It was maybe 11 at night, and we were playing truth or dare after telling scary stories, and my 14-year-old cousin dared me and the 13-year-old to go walk through the paths for 10 minutes or so. I said yes right away, as I wasn't easily scared and rather level-headed, but my younger cousin was a bit more hesitant. We didn't bring a flashlight because it wasn't pitch dark yet and we could see enough to not die. We were walking through the paths for about 5 minutes and could barely see the fire through the trees when we decided to turn. In the middle of the path was a large, dog-like creature hunched over with its front hands an inch from the ground. What I remember most was how its eyes were so fucking bright white, and it was a humanoid dog shape with a human-like head but a dog-like body but human hands and feet. It looked right at us, and I know I was paralyzed with fear as it dashed away the opposite side from us, towards a creek that ran through the yard. Eventually my cousin and I screamed bloody effing murder, and the other cousins and my grandma ran to us. I don't remember much here because I was really disoriented and I couldn't think properly. But I did wake up in bed, so I assumed that I got brought to the house. All the kids slept in the basement in a big room with a sliding glass door to the outside. As the room was on the side that wasn't underground, my bed was pressed against a big glass window, and I could see my cousins playing outside down below. The house is in Michigan, so it gets slightly chilly even in the end of August, and there was a slight breeze, so I put on a jacket and ran to join them outside, skipping breakfast, not wanting to miss out on anything fun. When I got down, I could tell they weren't playing, but rather running to get my grandma. Her dogs, both of them, were dead, ripped up. That night we went to bed early. I woke up at maybe 2 a.m. because I felt something hit my head. My cousins were all sitting in the double bed opposite me on the other side of the room. There was one bunk bed and 2 double beds. The double beds for me and my 14-year-old cousin. They were being quiet and staring at me. The 13-year-old nodded his head towards the window. I froze. They all looked afraid. I turned my head slightly to the side and I saw a really messed up looking face pressed to the window with gaping eyes looking down at me. I screamed so fucking loud, it bolted. My grandma called the police after I told her what happened and they found nothing. I went home after that.
and I have never been there during the night again.
As a young man, my father spent some time living on the Navajo Indian Reservation in the Four Corners area. He and his buddy lived alone in a trailer that overlooked a ravine several miles away from a mountain. It wasn't uncommon for him and his friend to hear drums coming from the mountain at night. The locals told them to not go out after dark when the drums were playing because witches were on the mountain and would try to do them harm. My father broke his leg and soon found himself confined to the lonely trailer. One day, his friend had to go out to a meeting and my father was left alone at the trailer. As night fell, the drums began on the mountain. My father tried to occupy his mind with other things, but soon he began to hear strange sounds just outside of the trailer. Footsteps in the yard, things scraping along the side of the trailer, and creaking floorboards on the porch. Leaving his crutches in the trailer, my father grabbed a baseball bat and stepped out onto the porch. Only the empty yard was there to greet him. He heard a sound behind him and spun around. Nothing was there. Thinking an animal or person might be sneaking around the trailer, he crept off the porch, squeezing the baseball bat, and headed towards the corner of the trailer. When he rounded the corner, nothing was there. The hairs began to stand up on the back of his neck, and he suspected his visitor was not an animal after all. From the far corner of the trailer, he heard the sound again. He began shivering at this point and stepped lightly towards the corner of the trailer. The drums were loud on the mountain, and from where he was, he could see yellow pinpricks of light. Torches, winding their way up the side of the mountain. At that moment, my father became aware of a commotion in front of him. The sound of dozens of feet shuffling through the ravine just below. He eased forward, half of him wanting to flee, the other half unable to look away, until he stood at the edge of the ravine. His breath stopped short. A horde of desert creatures, coyotes, lizards, and birds were marching together in an unending body through the ravine and towards the mountain. As his eyes were taking in the bizarre spectacle, he felt something closing in behind him. The feeling you get when someone is just standing directly behind you. Without turning around, my father bolted around the trailer, hobbling on his leg cast, and sped away in his pickup truck, his heart racing. He didn't return to the trailer alone. Soon afterwards, he related his experience to some of the locals. They told him of the skinwalkers, members of the community who are secretly witches. They perform atrocious acts to gain the power to become whatever animal they wear the skin of. My father had seen dozens of these witches, these skinwalkers, heading towards one of their ceremonies. As to the invisible creature stalking him around the trailer, he has no idea what it was. I'm Navajo, and I heard a lot of stories growing up on the reservation. While I've never seen anything myself, which I am grateful for, I have benefited by being around the people who have. There is a different kind of evil that exists in the quiet high deserts and deep sandstone canyons of Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, and even Colorado. I can only describe it as an ancient evil. There are helpful ceremonies, rituals, and traditions that are still practiced to this day. Hell, even a local hospital has an on-duty medicine man. But this all seems to be a double-edged sword. What I mean is there is also black magic, which most Navajo will not even acknowledge or speak of.
we are very superstitious and heavy with taboos. You will find this with most First Nation people, from Alaska to Argentina. It's just something you don't do, in fear that it will get the attention of unwanted spirits or other harmful beings. Skinwalkers are just a few stories that kept me up at night with the covers over my head. And here's one I'd like to share with you guys. A Navajo tribal police officer was driving west on the highway. It was lightly snowing, maybe 1/4 of an inch, which is a lot of snow for the location. He sees an old woman walking on the side of the road. How she got there or where she was going was not apparent because she was so far out in the middle of nowhere. He didn't see her right away, but as he passes, he noticed that she's dressed in traditional clothing. A shawl, dress, moccasins, and her hair in the traditional bun. This in itself isn't too odd. Many elders still choose to dress this way. But why was she out in such cold weather, this late at night? Hitchhiking, maybe? He passed her too quickly and now had to turn around. And as he makes a U-turn, he notices that she is nowhere to be seen. This is fairly flat terrain, and he for sure seen an old woman walking. He pulls the squad car over and steps out with his flashlight. Confused, he manages to find the woman's footprints in the shallow snow. He follows the footprints until they suddenly turn into what looks like dog footprints, leading away from the road in a hurry. He immediately jumps back into the squad car and meets up with another officer near his patrol. He's a little shaken up, but asks the other officer if he has ever seen anything like that. The officer tells him that he has. He also explains that sometimes it's an old woman and sometimes it's a very beautiful young girl. But it's always on that road, and it's always when it's snowing, waiting for the right Good Samaritan to stop and let her into the car. I still get nervous driving those wide open spaces at night. I keep my eyes strictly on the road and turn my music up high. I rarely pick up hitchhikers, but I never pick them up at night. I finally turned 19, the big age for Mormons, where I get to leave for 2 years of my life and share my gospel as an LDS missionary. I get my calling, which is where and when you'll serve, open it up and see that I've been called to serve in the Farmington, New Mexico mission. My best buddy, who happens to be Navajo, gets super excited for me because my area covers all of the reservation. I get stoked as well and get prepared to leave in a few months. Within that time period, my buddy gives me some heads up about what I'll witness on the res, and of course, one of those has to be the skinwalkers. The white men, for good reason, still aren't that liked on the reservation. So he warned me to be humble and kind and to try not to warrant any bad juju in my direction. I agreed to this and left for my 2 years. The first month was pretty uneventful. I prepared in Utah, then flew out to Farmington where I met my mission president and where my first area would be. I got assigned to the town of Nohatchee, a tiny dot of a place on the reservation. We lived in a trailer behind the local church because there weren't really any houses for rent out in the middle of the res. Here's where things get weird. My first week, seriously, my first week I'm there, this happens to me. Missionaries have a strict schedule during the day. We pray, eat,
go teach, and come home to do a few push-ups and are in bed by 9. So me and my companion, whose name I won't share because I'm not sure if he'd enjoy being mentioned in this story, start to do our little workout when all of a sudden we hear some footsteps outside. This creeped us out a little bit, but sadly the area has a lot of drunk residents that stumble around until they're eventually picked up by the police or family members. We brush it off and keep on with our routine. That is, until the steps are right outside of our door. Now mind you, I'm 6 foot, semi-athletic, and 160 pounds, so I'm definitely not going to try to pick a fight with anyone. But my companion was 6'5" and 280 pounds. Let's just say I felt a little bit safer around him. But then, the person outside starts pounding on our door. I looked over to my friend and he looked a little worried. More cautious than anything. Like I said, non-natives aren't very popular on the res, and it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for someone to try to rob or frighten us. Kind of a get the hell out of here kind of message. Here's the freaky part though. The pounding of fists turned into scratching almost instantaneously. Our first thoughts were, oh shit, he has a dog. We came to the conclusion to grab our weights and just try to sleep through this. Well, nothing else eventful happened that night. It was rough falling asleep, but once I did, everything seemed fine. The next morning, we walked outside to see if we could Sherlock Holmes together some evidence to see if we knew who it was, or any beer cans we could find to verify our suspicions. What we found was terrifying and shocking to say the least. We were right. Boot prints leading to our door. But where we should have found boot prints leading away, we found paw prints. I remember seeing them like it was yesterday. A bit bigger than a dog's. I figured they were a coyote or maybe a wolf. We couldn't understand what we were seeing. Why weren't there boot prints leading away? Or paw prints leading to? We didn't say it out loud, but I think we came to the same conclusion. Whatever knocked on our door had changed shape, right then and there. The day went on uneventful. We told our bishop and he knocked it off as just a drunkard bugging us. He said to pray and stay safe by being indoors before dark. Nothing else crazy really happened. But I started having some of the worst night terrors of my life. I would have my back to our door when I woke up in my dream. I didn't even have to turn around to feel the unholy energy that was gravitating from whatever was inside of our trailer. I had no voice and would silently plead in the name of Jesus Christ, but nothing helped. It stepped on the corner of my bed and it felt as if my entire mattress was lifted. It then drove me into my bed, ripping the breath from my lungs. I would start crying and praying to God to protect me from this thing. Then in a second, I would be awake in cold sweat, crying and trying to wake my companion up. This happened to me the next week, every night without fail. Long story short, I ended up going home early. It was mentally taxing reliving that every night. The nightmares instantly went away when I got home. If anyone has any experiences with skinwalkers and the curses they can hex people with, I sure would like to know more about it. Maybe that's what I was experiencing, but it scared me half to death, and was the most dreadful 2 months of my life. When I was 10, my parents died and I went to live with my grandmother. We are Native American, and my grandmother lived in Native American community. She would always tell me stories about the great spirits and the soul of the forest. My favorite one was about this great chief who tamed the fox spirit. So when I got a dog for my 12th birthday, I named him Fox. Fox and I were best friends. As soon as I would get home, Fox and I would go play in the forest until the owls came out. Fox was very kind and well managed. He almost never barked and certainly never at people. Living in a community full of Native Americans, we would often run into others in the forest. One day, we saw a middle-aged woman, 45-ish, and Fox went crazy, barking, snarling, baring his teeth, the whole 9 yards. When I managed to calm him and take him home, I told my grandmother what happened. She only asked one thing. What color were her eyes? I answered, yellow. She then looked very shocked and sad at the same time. She picked up Fox and stared into his eyes for what seemed like forever. Finally, she sat him down and told me that the woman was a skinwalker. Skinwalkers use old and dark magic, the type that can only be earned from the dark spirits. A skinwalker steals the forms of different creatures they have killed. Once the creature has been killed, the soul is offered to the dark spirits. The dark spirit in turn grants them the power to become that creature. They will often take the forms of lost family pets. Then they will kill the entire family and offer the soul to the spirits. With each soul given, they gain more power. The most powerful can take the forms of people they have claimed. Skinwalkers look like normal people and animals, except for their eyes. Once touched by darkness, the soul is changed and twisted, which is reflected by the eyes, since the eyes are a gateway into one's soul. She never mentioned the story again, and she never let Fox out without me with him. She only asked that we return before dark. When we would get home from anything, she would always stare into my eyes for several minutes. Afterwards, she would give me a hug and tell me that she loved me. Years have gone by, and I'm a college student now. My dorm won't allow pets, so I had to leave Fox with my very old grandmother. While she was out getting her hair done one day, her house got broken into and Fox got out. He returned hours after my grandmother got home, and I rushed to see him. 3 hours later, when I arrived, I found the door open and my grandmother lying on the floor lifeless. The police said it was natural causes and suspect no foul play. I don't know if I'm just being paranoid about an old story my grandmother told me, or if I should be worried about the skinwalkers. I live on a reservation. I'm almost 19 now. I was 17 at the time this happened, and it's always been a standing rule that we can't leave our house after sunset. There's always been bad things happening. People going missing, animals going missing, animals showing up, and animals being mutilated. Weird stuff like that. That year, I was allowed to have a few friends over for my birthday party. I was really excited because this land is beautiful and I always like to show it off. 3 of my friends made it up here, 2 boys and a girl. I'll just refer to them as Boy 1, Boy 2, and Girl. We went for a long walk up in the mountain, a little ways from the res, because the view up there is amazing. And even though it was getting on to dusk, I figured we'd be fine. There's 4 of us all in a group together, and We've got hiking sticks with the spears at the end, and it's only a 20-minute walk there and back. Boy 1 saw the end of a goat, but it was missing a tail and it looked injured. We tried to get closer to see if it was all right, because all the goats around here are owned by someone. But as we got closer, it made a really loud bleat and ran over the ridge. Boy 1 and I ran off the track after it and looked over the ridge. It had disappeared. We stopped so we could hear which direction it was running to, but there was no noise at all. I thought it was a bit weird, and the sun was disappearing faster than I thought, so we started to head back. My friends would always laugh at the rules my family has about going outside at night, but they were about to find out why, and I was about to get a fresh reminder. Boy 1 was leading us with his phone light. It wasn't that dark that we couldn't see in front of us, but the trail has drops and rocks, and because of the bushes to the sides of us, it made it really hard to see our feet. There was this strange giggle in front of us. We stopped because it was really close. It sounded like a turkey gobble, which is uncommon in my area. It happened a few more times after that. The sound gave me goosebumps because it didn't sound right at all. The next thing we saw still plays with my head. Going from left to right across the path was this thing. My heart jumped into my throat. It looked like a large coyote, but its limbs were mutilated like it was crossed with a human. It had sharp long claws. Its face distorted and human, but animalistic at the same time. And it had really long teeth. The scariest part is the way it moved. It was rocking back and forth on all fours like a praying mantis. It would just take a step and rock backwards and forwards, then lurch another step. Its head was bowed down in between its shoulders. None of us moved for what seemed like a couple of minutes. We just watched it jolt itself across the path awkwardly. It looked like it was just going to go past us and leave us alone until the girl started crying and freaking out. The animal flung its head in her direction and made a really low growl, sort of like a house cat. It twisted its body around and started coming towards us. It was terrifying. I yelled and threw my spear at its head, but it just bounced off. When it got to me, it stood up on its hind legs. It was so tall. Then it barged into me, making me fall down. It started making this hiccuping sound, and then barged into Boy 1 and backed into Boy 2, and he landed in a ditch just off of the trail. There was hardly any light on us now. When it got to the girl, it contorted its body over the top of her and held her down. She started screaming. Boy 2 got up and hit it with his hiking pole hard. It jolted away up the path behind us, making a crying noise, like it was mocking the girl, like it was just playing with us. We picked ourselves up and ran as fast as we could back down the path and across the reservation to my place. We told my mom what happened, and she told me and my friends the legend of the Skinwalkers. I didn't sleep very well that night. I kept waking up to a crying sound outside that would just stop as soon as my ears adjusted to being awake. I didn't want to look outside my curtains. I never wanted to see that thing's face again. The girl said that when it was on her, it was hissing in her ear and whispering things to her that she didn't understand. I still get nightmares about this encounter.
This didn't happen to me, but a very close friend of mine. I've heard a lot about coyotes and skinwalkers, and had a weird experience or two with coyotes. The creepiest was waking up to my sleeping bag being surrounded in paw prints without ever hearing them during the night, but never anything paranormal, so to speak. Patrick's story, however, kept me from going back to my favorite backcountry secret stash. He was leaving the area one morning. He had been camping there a couple days and said it was a coyote that always seemed to be close by, like in his peripheral vision, but never obvious. He loaded up his truck and started to drive down the washout to the fire road. At the end of the wash, he could see the coyote following him. When he pulled onto the road, it was running next to him. Now, he was freaked out, so he sped up. He said he was going 35 or so, and it was just running along beside him. Definitely not something that should be possible. When he looked back, the coyote was running on 2 legs, and was wearing what Patrick said looked like buckskin pants. An instant later, it was a person wearing a coyote fur keeping pace with his truck. When he looked again, it was gone. We never went back to the grove after that. I was staying at my grandpa's trailer in Arizona for a couple of days with my mom, my dad, and 2 brothers. I forget why we went out there, but it had to be important because my dad never tagged along with us out there. Anyways, come nighttime, and everyone is asleep except for me. I'm watching Nickelodeon on the TV in the living room when I hear footsteps walking up the front porch. Since my grandpa was up there in years, he had a long wooden ramp to his door. I was expecting something to come to the door and knock, but nothing happened. I just kept hearing it walk up and down the ramp. My grandpa lived about 25 minutes away from the nearest town, and the only neighbors around are other family members. I remember being really scared at this point and couldn't even think straight. My brothers were asleep in the living room and on the couches near me. I couldn't force myself to wake them up. Instead, I calmly walked to the back bedroom where my mom and dad are asleep. I laid down on the floor and tried to go back to sleep myself. Meanwhile, whatever is walking around outside is still doing its thing. After a couple of minutes, I hear my mom attempt to wake up my dad and see if he can hear it. This relieves me because I thought she was asleep the whole time. I told her that I hear it too, so we laid there and listened. My dad is not the best at being coherent after sleep and falls back asleep right away. It stops after a couple of minutes. The next night, the same thing happens, except it's coming up to the back door. I freak out again, and this time just go to the back bedroom and lay down and go to sleep. That's all I remember. I also forgot to mention a weird thing my grandpa said that made sense later. Before turning into sleep, he said something like, "Don't pay attention to anything you hear at night. You'll be safe inside." I should also mention that the next day I remember seeing boot prints and paw prints in the sand by the ramp. This takes place around Christmas. It was cold outside, but I was asked to walk my dog, so I did. I heard the clicking my dog makes when he walks, but my dog is going to the bathroom at the time. I was pretty freaked out. I knew this was wrong, but I had to turn around. When I did, I saw the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life. I yanked on my dog's leash and run towards my house, which is so far down the road. I still hear the clicking noises coming from behind me, but it's not my dog. I know that for sure. My grandmother's house is right by my house, and at the time my grandmother was over at my house. Once I make it into the light, it reveals this thing laughing at me, in my own father's voice. Then it starts to run behind me again. And I hear the noise of my mother saying, "Come back. I really want to play." Almost getting to my driveway, I hear it saying, "No matter where you go, it's going to be easy to find you. Just stop now." My parents heard me screaming and running outside now. I get into the house and we all hear voices and screaming on the windows. My grandmother brings me to my room and tells me what is happening. She says skinwalkers will connect with a human until they get what they want. At this point, I'm terrified. She still goes on to talk about what they are and what they do to you. 3 weeks later, we still hear scratching at the windows, and it's just as scary as it was that night it all started. We're looking to move, but we know that it might follow us wherever we go. My mother and I lived on the Navajo reservation, on a large cattle and horse ranch when we moved back from California. It was just the two of us, our 3 dogs, and the horses and cows. The place we lived at was very rural and 70 miles away from any towns, 15 miles away from any neighbors, and very heavily wooded. It started off as a normal day. Being the age of 7 years old, I was playing inside my room with my action figures. My mom's vehicle was getting repaired in a local town at the auto center, which left us with no transportation. But my uncles came to check on us, and we had no telephone or cell phone or satellite TV. Since my mom got divorced, my father left us with no money, so we were pretty poor. Visitors were usually non-existent, with the exception of my family coming over. So when a large old truck came driving up behind the house where 2 old cars sat on cement blocks were, it seemed pretty odd. 4 men stepped out of the vehicle, and my mom went to check on why they were parked behind our house. I could see from my bedroom the back of the house. Normally people parked in the front when visiting. My mom talked to them in Navajo, as one of the guys motions to the old blue car and pointed at the back of his truck. My mom shook her head. The other guy started getting angry and was talking loudly to her, but she still shook her head. After a few more minutes of this, the guys got into their cars and left. They sounded angry by the sound of the truck peeling off down the dirt road. My mom came back in and I asked her who they were. She said they wanted the old blue car and asked my older cousin if they could have it and that he said yes. But she said she didn't believe them. So she says, "No, you can't take this car. My nephew will need it to be here when you do take it. And it isn't polite to be sneaking up on people parking behind their homes." She said the guys got upset but said they'd be back. That night after we ate dinner, I went to sleep, I remember. She washed dishes and put wood in the fire and fed the horses and dogs. It was around 2 in the morning that the dogs started barking. My mom shook me awake and told me to hide in the closet. It was dark and I was scared shitless. There was banging on the windows and doors with what sounded like metal objects. I remember hearing laughter and whispers near my window. The smell of decaying meat or decaying potatoes. It was horrible. My mom was openly as scared as I was, but she held a wood axe close to her. The dogs were running around the house barking, and soon I heard 2 of them yelp in pain. My mom shouted at whoever was out there to go away or she'd kill them. The one dog outside sounded like it got into a fight with something, as the other dogs joined in. Then something jumped onto the roof, while something else was hitting the kitchen door with a metal bar or tool or something, and scratching at the back door. We could make out in a strange voice, "You should have let us take that car." Something growled near the window in Navajo. My mom yelled at whatever or whoever was out there to get the hell away from us. We heard laughing and what sounded like coyote yipping near the front of the house. A few minutes later, heavy pawed feet were heard near the barn, where the metal slab sheets to put on top of the barn roof were laid out for the next day. It sounded like a small pack of 2 or 3. My mom opened the door to check. Near the security light pole sat what looked like a deformed coyote, staring at us. My mom threw a small brick that was near the door, and it moved its face to avoid being hit. This coyote had to have been a skinwalker. It got up and ran in an almost limping fashion away, the tail flapping like dead weight as it ran. In the distance past the barn, we could hear the old truck starting up. As it revved off, something sounded like a dog jumped into the back of the truck. The next day, my mom found that 2 of my dogs had bite wounds on their leg and ear. My other dog had a big raised goose bump on its head like someone hit it with something big. The paint on the doors had long gashes from some type of metal objects, and the back door had claw marks on them where it sounded like something was scratching at the door. Clotted blood was rubbed on the outside of the wall on the front porch. My mom knows it was those guys who came over wanting the old car parked in the back of the house. They came back for us, just for fun and for that old car. I was going for a walk. It was late and I had nothing else to do. I was about a mile away from my house and was walking on a path in a field far from the main road. It was about 2 a.m., but it wasn't a problem as my parents trusted that I would return home. Anyways, I was walking past a tree line when I started to hear static, like an old radio. That was the only thing I could compare it to. I was rather frightened by this, but I decided to keep walking. Then I heard in a child's voice, "Help." I stopped short. I looked at the tree line frozen, debating on what to do. I stuck one foot out to where the noise came from, and again I heard the voice repeating what it had just said. This time I felt a bit uneasy. The voice sounded so similar to the first time it had called out, as if someone was just repeating a recording. And also it had a bit of a static sound to it. I can't really explain it very well. But I called out, "Hello?" There was no answer. My voice was shaky from fear. I didn't know what to think of the voice. And then it spoke again. But in my voice, it said hello. It sounded just like me, but with that same static-like noise. It said it again. Same exact tone from the first time. I backed up a bit, terrified of what I had just heard. I turned and started walking away in a fast pace. I heard a branch snap behind me and I stopped. I looked back and saw a deer, looking at me from the tree line. I was a bit confused by this. Was it really a deer? I thought to myself. Then I kind of just threw the idea away because of how stupid it sounded to me. I ignored the deer and started walking again. I walked for not even a minute and heard something behind me again. I quickly turned to see the same deer standing on the path. Now that it was out in the open, and with what moonlight there was showing on it, I saw it more clearly. It had the head of a deer, but the body looked like a human slumped over on all fours. The ribs were slightly showing. It took me a second to realize just how big this thing was. If it were a person, They would have been huge. I stood there frozen for what seemed like a minute, and this thing started to stand up. When it was fully standing, it was easily over 7 foot tall. It stood perfect like a human would. I tried to think of the situation logically. My assumption was that this was a tall person trying to scare me, but the head was too real, and I dismissed this quickly. After a bit of staring at this creature, I finally decided to take a step back. As I did this, the creature took a step forward, not making a sound. I stood frozen again, scared to make a noise, and then this thing said hello, in my voice, the exact way it had the previous times. I was more confused than scared at this point, thinking to run or escape or anything. I was thinking to myself, how could this thing speak? I asked it, "What are you?" It was silent for a bit, and then the thing spoke, in my voice again, with that same static sound accompanying it, repeating what I had just said, still staring at me. I was just frozen, staring at the thing while it did the same thing. I wanted to run or something, but my body wouldn't let me. I just stayed in that same position for what seemed like hours. Finally, for no reason, it walked away, back into the tree line. This was also a little terrifying to witness. It walked on 2 feet, like any normal person would, until it was out of sight. As soon as it got silent, I sped quickly down the path back towards my house. I was sure I would get home, no problem, but I was wrong. I heard another branch break and I started sprinting even faster, not knowing what was going to happen. I started to see the main road to my house. It was in sight, but still a distance away. I heard this thing scream. It sounded like a child screaming at the top of their lungs, branches still breaking behind me. I'm sure it was running above the trees. When I got onto the road and got a few hundred feet from my home, all the noises stopped. I looked back over my shoulder and saw it standing there in the middle of the road just staring at me. Right before I turned to continue running, I heard it loudly say hello. It never followed me after that, and that's the last time I ever encountered it, or even heard it.
This story comes from myself. It occurred 2 years ago on a hiking trip with my father. I will also mention I was 16 at the time this story occurs. Okay, so it was nearing the end of August. My father had decided to take me on a hiking trip into the woods that lay on the edge of our property. This set of forest is quite expansive and is a nice place for a hike. Plenty of hills, small patches of clearings, and so on. We ride out on our ATVs and pack up and begin to hike. If I remember correctly, we got to the trail about 5 p.m. and began walking at 5:20 or around that time. It was very beautiful, with a crisp breeze here and there. Suddenly, we hear a noise. We're about 20 minutes into the woods from where we begin. This noise sounds like it's coming from around 20 to 30 feet ahead of us. It's loud, like someone dropped a boulder from the top of a tree. I'm naturally a skittish person, so I jump immediately upon hearing it. My dad starts laughing at me and asks me what's wrong. I respond with, "Dad, didn't you hear that?" He doesn't seem too worried. "Yeah, why? What was it?" He then informs me it was likely a bear dropping from a tree, or possibly a large bird taking flight. It doesn't add up in my imaginative mind. What kind of bird makes a noise like that? We continue on the hike, and we find a tree. Every branch on one side is completely broken, like a large animal slid down, breaking every branch. I believe this is the source of the noise I heard earlier. I point and tell my dad to look. We both begin investigating the tree. He tells me it's definitely a bear that slid down the tree, but I don't believe him. But I go with it. We are now around 45 to 50 minutes into the hike. We stop to rest and eat a bit. We both pack sandwiches, me with a turkey, and my dad with chicken salad. He loves chicken salad sandwiches. We talk about how nice it was out there and finish eating. It's about 6:20 now, and we begin hiking again. About 10 minutes in, my dad stops me. He squats down. "William, come here." I walk up beside him and squat down as well. "What is it?" I ask. He points at the mud, and I'm chilled to the core. On the ground are a trail of footprints, unlike any animal I've ever seen. The back of them were slim, and they start to get wider as they reach the toes. The toes are long and thin with a faint claw mark at the end of each. My dad tells me he's never seen anything like them. I'm now making connections in my head. Broken tree branches, odd footprints, multiple versions of horrific creatures are running through my mind. He tells me that we should turn around and head back. Not because he's scared, but because it's getting kind of late. It's 6:35 and we are getting tired. We turn around to start heading back. As we pass a clearing in the trees, I see something out of the corner of my eye. I'm tearing up right now as I type this, just thinking of it. Standing in the clearing, about 15 or so feet away, is a tall, dark creature. It's just looking up at the sky. Its face is like a bird's. It has a long beak and sharp facial build. Its body is thin, and its arms hang down to its knees, with long fingers on each hand. I start crying and scream for my dad to look, but it doesn't come out as a scream. It's just a squeak. I yank on his jacket, and he turns around to face me. I just point at the direction it's standing at. He's completely silent. The whole world is just silent. For a moment I thought time had stopped. The thing had no interest in us. It's just looking at the sky. I looked up in a tree above the thing, and there's a mangled body of some animal, torn beyond recognition. It's just staring up at it. And we start to run, faster than we've ever ran before. I didn't hear anything following, so I guess it wasn't too interested in us. We reach the ATVs and hightail it the hell out of there, not looking back. And when we get back home, not a word is spoken. We just go in, sit down, and watch TV. And even now when I bring it up with him, he just tells me he doesn't want to talk about it. And we haven't gone back to that hiking trail. I don't think we ever will. When I was in my first year of college, I lived with my mom by ourselves. My dad had passed the year before, and we moved out of the house shortly after. I was kind of glad because I had suffered a lot of paranormal trauma growing up there and was glad to get out. One night I was driving home on Highway 111 North after youth group, and I saw something that still bewilds me. It was lightly raining that night. Mist crawled across the road from the cow fields on either side. The lights from the few gas stations nearby were reflected in the wet asphalt. I was driving about 3 car lengths behind a dark minivan with nobody else in sight on the roads. All of a sudden I saw the van swerve to miss something in the middle of the road. I was going too fast and the road was too slick to miss it. All of a sudden I saw framed in my headlights and silhouetted in the glowing red brake lights of the van speeding away. A tall, muscular man with the upper shoulders and head of a buck. It was like a minotaur, but a deer head instead of a bull, and glowing eyes. I clenched and braced for impact, and then passed right through the figure. It was like it dissolved right into the mist. I am used to swerving to miss deer at night, but I should have nailed this thing on the driver's side. Nothing. I was too afraid to look in the rearview mirror as I gassed it and sped home. I was only a couple miles away, which was both comforting and terrifying at the same time. I raced in the door and locked it behind me. I told my mom, who laughed it off but was disconcerted at my pale, clammy complexion. I only later found in research it being describing like what I saw, the Wendigo, a Native American legend that was terrifying to me as a child, but I had never heard it described like this. I had never heard of any creature like this until that night on a dark Highway 111 that I will never forget. My grandmother on my mother's side has always been very superstitious, for lack of a better word. She's not religious, but she does believe in a lot of paranormal stuff. Her mother was full-blooded Navajo, and her father was Irish. Either way, she'd never been anywhere east of Montana. She grew up in Nevada. One year, when I was in grade school, we went to visit her. Most of the visit was pretty uneventful, typical boring old people stuff. Except she always kept her curtains drawn and shut and would always peek out the window. When someone asked her what she was doing, she would simply reply, "Yendalushi is watching me." And this went on for nearly the entire visit, till a few days before we were due to leave. My grandma and my then baby brother, he's 19 now, were in front of the yard that evening planting flowers, when all of a sudden my grandmother starts shouting my little brother's name. "Get away from that creature. It's not safe." And of course, being in Nevada, we all assumed that my brother had found a scorpion or a rattlesnake. And we all run outside to see my grandmother clutching my little brother and shaking in terror against the side of the house. Standing out in the yard was a large black dog. And it was staring at my grandmother with an intensity I'd never seen before. It looked up at us, gave a huff, and ran off. And I don't remember if it moved unusually fast or not, but I do remember it had really deep yellow eyes. And when my mother asked my grandmother what happened, she kept repeating, "The Yendalushi has found me." We moved a couple weeks after that. And this is the first time I've ever seen anything out of the ordinary, and it's by far the most horrifying moment of my life. I used to go hiking on a trail near my home in Tennessee. We lived out in the boondocks, so I was pretty much used to the woods. I would always go out for a walk with my basset hound Flash every evening. Just the other day was the first time I've ever seen Flash growl and yelp the way he did. We were coming around a bend right next to a small pond that was completely overgrown with thin trees. Suddenly, Flash started growling and barking his head off. I looked where he was facing, but I couldn't see anything. I kept walking, but he wouldn't follow. Then he started yelping, as if someone had kicked him right in the gut. Just the sound of him panicking freaked me out enough to back up a bit. That's when I heard something crashing through the woods ahead of us, along with the most foul smell I've ever smelled. It smelled like death and vomit. I stood close to Flash and started backing up when something broke through the thick foliage ahead of us. I had never seen anything like this creature before, and it all happened so fast. I'll do my best to explain what it looked like. It was the shape of a large dog with really long fur, as if the thing had never been groomed. Even the snout protruded outward like a canine, but there were sharp fangs hanging from its maw on either side. Weirdest of all, though, there were antlers on its head. And the thing honestly looked like a carnivorous rabid deer, except this thing was far too bulky and short to be a deer. I took off towards home at full speed, glancing behind me as I ran. After the third or fourth glance, the thing must have run off as well, because I could no longer see it. But I didn't slow down. For all I knew, that thing could have been stalking me. I didn't stop to catch my breath until I was home with every door locked. I haven't seen anything since then, and I hope I never do. I just really miss going on walks. Every year, every summer, I used to go camping with my dad. I can't remember the name of the area because it was a long time ago. It was the 7th of August though, the date we always go camping. It was 2001. We had arrived at our spot. It was right next to the lake. The lake was huge. My dad told stories of a monster living near the lake that preys upon unlucky campers like us. I never believed him until that day. We had set up our tents for the night because it was going to get dark soon and we needed a place to sleep. Before I continue, I just want to tell you who was there. There was me, my dad, my 2 uncles, and my friend Mike. That isn't his real name. I'm just protecting his privacy. The sun was about to set, so me and Mike went on a walk before the day was over. Mike was afraid of everything, so as I walked, I teased him with stories of the creature of the lake. We were so caught up in our stories that we hadn't realized how far we had went from camp. We turned and began to walk back. We had been walking for so long, the sun had set and it got dark very quickly. I was walking ever so slightly ahead of Mike because I had a flashlight. "You alright, Mike?" I said, turning around. There was no answer. As I pointed the flashlight in his direction, I saw Mike standing there with a face as white as snow. Then a foul stench hit my nose, the stench of rotting. I walked over to him. He was shaking like crazy. I whispered to him, "What is it?" He lifted his hand slowly and pointed into a gap in the trees. I saw a deer standing there. "A deer's pretty usual around here. Let's go," I said, trying to calm him down. I aimed my flashlight at it. It looked at me and I saw it clearly. Its head was a deer, with a bloody mouth, and beside it was a rotting corpse. It stood up and let out a shrilling screech. It was humanoid, with 5 long claws on each hand. Its tongue was long and pointed, almost like a worm. Its body was a slender and brownish color. I let out a blood-curdling scream just before tossing my flashlight at it, grabbing Mike and running. I never ran faster in my life. It took an hour to walk. I ran back in seconds. Me and Mike never slept that night, and all through the night we couldn't help but think we were being watched. I don't know if I was just hallucinating from the terror, but I swear I heard the sound of long claws on wood whenever I'm near those woods. I'm never returning to that place again. And all I hear at nights near those woods now is a shriveled voice whispering when to go. I decided to join my bestie Karen for a 3-day stay at her grandmother's place on the res. Her grandmother lives near a place called Tuba City, Arizona, in the middle of nowhere, but surrounded by rural homes. We go to college together, and I was kinda interested to know about Navajo tradition. The first day we stayed, it was pretty chill, nothing out of the ordinary. But then her grandma, not that old, around 67, said that a stray dog came out of nowhere and wouldn't leave. To me, it did act kinda strange and ugly. Black, shaggy coat, looking like a mix between a German Shepherd and a lab almost. That night we were watching a movie in the living room, and they had big windows that looked out to the front yard where the cars were parked. The curtains were wide open. Grandma was in the kitchen cooking dinner, and we were watching a movie. Next to the window was a medium bookshelf where DVDs are kept. Karen went to put back a DVD she had just watched, but she freaked out because the stray black dog was staring at us through the window, standing on top of the wood box outside. Not something normal dogs do from my point of view, or hers. Usually my dog, which is a house dog, scratches the door to be let in. Res dogs aren't house dogs, and dogs inside houses are frowned upon in Navajo tradition, meant to protect the house and the owner. And the other dogs seemed to stay away from it. Karen opened the door and yelled at it to get off the box, and it ran off behind the shed. And we went to Tuba City to get some groceries. Came back to the house. The dog was nowhere to be seen. Nothing unusual. Grandma went to visit some people, so it was just Karen and I. And about 5 o'clock, we heard someone trying to open the door. Both of us looked out, and since there had been no car, and no dogs barking, looking out the living room window to the door, there was the dog trying to open the door with its paws. 2 paws wrapped around the brass doorknob, standing on its hind legs. I thought that was really weird, but wasn't actually freaked out. But Karen was. She opened the door and chased it off. Grandma came back later and Karen told her. Grandma didn't like what she heard. When we got ready to go to bed, we slept in the spare bedroom since it had 2 beds, one window with the curtains opened a little. And we turned off the light, but there was a sound coming from on top of the roof. Pitter-patter, footsteps, scratching sounds, and panting. And then it sounded like it jumped off onto the large plastic water barrel they had. And at first we heard what sounded like barking, but as it grew louder, the other dogs seemed to be barking at something also. But all of a sudden, something was running around the house and barking. But it was no dog. No, it wasn't. The barking sounded human. A deep male voice barking, like it knew that we knew it wasn't a dog. Woof, woof, ruff, ruff, arf, arf. Just exactly like that, adding the W's, R's, and A's. Then panting again by the window, and we started to freak out. Karen decided to open the curtains and look out. There was the stray dog on its hind legs looking into our bedroom. But this time, it stunk, and what I thought were 2 black holes in the neck, another pair of eyes twinkled. Think of those ugly, glossy spider eyes staring at you. And the paws were deformed-looking hands, with overgrown, somewhat thick and sharp fingernails. Again, both screaming and shutting the curtains closed, Grandma came running through the door and seeing it. First thing she did was grab ashes from the fireplace, load 3 shells into the shotgun from under her bed, bless herself in Navajo, and went outside to shoot it, yelling in Navajo about how the thing wasn't welcome there, and to get the hell out, for it to go linger somewhere else. Them both being traditional, the next day they called a medicine man to come over and put cedar in. And he prayed over everyone with cedar smoke and an eagle feather, blessed the home, made us eat bitter herbs called eagle skull, and gave me an arrowhead. And apparently I needed to carry one for protection, and a little pouch called corn pollen. It seemed to work pretty well. And the medicine man said that the dog was a skinwalker, which in Navajo is a long word, but I called them Yoshis. And the body of the stray dog, which was killed by the skinwalker, made an illusion, so we wouldn't know it wasn't a real dog. He also said they tend to harm people by using some sort of human bone straw to spit at someone. think spitballs only deadlier, and get human bones into them. Doctors can't detect it, but the medicine man, that day, pulled a piece of human skull out of Grandma's right shoulder. Pretty big, about 2 inches long and 1 centimeter thick. It was real because we watched him pull it out of her. This all happened about 5 years ago. One night, a few of my friends decided after a night of hanging out that we'd go on an adventure about 3 a.m. We took a ride about 50 miles to this old Spanish ruin in New Mexico that was once the seat of the Inquisition. And I can't for the life of me remember what this place is called. So we jumped the front gate to the place and started exploring. One of my friends brought a flute with him. He started playing it, and about 30 seconds into his playing, something started screaming really loud on the tops of the long-destroyed walls of this place. And it was going from wall to wall really quick, screaming the most blood-curdling scream you've ever imagined. And we got the fuck out of there and drove for a few hours to where we planned to camp out for the rest of the weekend. And when we got there, at probably 6 or 7 a.m., we set up our camp. After a few hours just talking about what the hell happened at the ruins, I went to take a piss, probably only like 300 feet from our camp. And this is where everything starts to get a little fuzzy. I remember seeing 2 dust devils coming my way, and when I turned around again, 2 of my friends were there. And they were motioning me to follow them, and I couldn't help but to follow them. Like I was being pulled behind them in shackles. I followed them for what seemed like 10 or 15 minutes, and then I snapped out of it. These weren't my friends. They had bright red hair, with my friends' faces, but cat-like eyes. I stopped walking and they looked at me with the most terrifying gaze I've ever seen. Monsters in movies are nothing compared to this. I turned around and ran as fast as I could, back the way I came. And after about 5 minutes of full sprint, I got back to that rock that I took a piss on and found our camp. Everyone was there, still sitting around talking, and didn't even notice that I was gone. I told them what happened with the look-alike skinwalkers, and we packed everything up and left, probably within 10 minutes, and got the hell back to Albuquerque.
I grew up in the northernmost part of Wisconsin, on a Native American reservation. As a Native American kid, you grow up learning a lot about the mythology of our people, many mythical creatures and spirits. But I was always pretty skeptical, especially when it came to the monsters like Bigfoot or the Wendigo. But all of that changed one day. It was mid-December and it was freezing out. It had to be around -10 Fahrenheit. My friend David and I were at his family's house for a dinner. After the dinner was finished, his grandmother asked us if we would go out to her cabin and chop some logs. She was going out there while her husband went hunting, and she wanted it to be nice and warm. Of course, we told her we would. What else could we do? So we throw on our jackets and boots and headed out. It wasn't too far, less than a mile. And if we went straight into the woods instead of walking the road, it would be even faster. So that's what we did. Trekking through snow that is at times thigh-high isn't fun in the best of situations. But as I said, it was -10. When we finally arrived, we went inside and started up a fire with a few of the remaining split logs and warmed up a bit. The crackling flames were peaceful, but David kept pacing and looking around uneasily. I asked him what was wrong, and he told me he felt like he was being watched. I told him that was ridiculous and that we should start chopping wood before it got dark. So we got the axe and went outside and began to chop. We were doing that for about an hour when we first heard it. Very faintly, It sounded like a girl screaming. We thought it must have been the wind, so we went back to the logs. A few more minutes went by and we heard it again. This time, there was no mistaking it. A girl was yelling for help. Then a wolf howled. We looked at each other and ran in the direction of the scream. We got to a spot where all the snow was packed down and there were paw prints all around. We began to yell for her, tried to get her to answer, and that's when I heard this noise that still haunts my dreams. The only way it can be described is an angry, hateful shriek. David started running before me, but I caught up pretty quick. I was mentally kicking myself for leaving the axe back at the cabin, but that's where we were heading anyways. Once we got back, we would be fine. At least that's what I told myself. It didn't quite work out that way. Before we could get to the cabin, David fell. I turned to help him up, but he wasn't there. Just a long drag mark. I yelled for him but got no response. I started moving in the direction of the mark when I got hit. I didn't see what hit me, but I sure felt it. I was knocked off my feet and my chest felt like it was on fire. I glanced down and saw my jacket was shredded and there was a lot of blood everywhere. I couldn't breathe very well and I felt myself about to pass out. Then I saw it. It was tall. It had to be at least 9 feet. Covered in thick, dirty white fur. A mouthful of fangs, but no lips. Clawed hands covered in blood and sunken eyes that were pale yellow. I wasn't sure what it was, but it didn't matter. I was losing blood quickly. I didn't know how I could survive this. But when I woke up, I was in a hospital bed. My chest was bandaged and there was a police officer by my bed. When he saw that I was awake, he asked me what happened. I told him everything. He told me that they found David's jacket and boots in the woods, but there was no sign of him. The doctor told me that I was attacked by a bear and that I had hallucinated from blood loss. Eventually, I recovered enough to be released. As far as I know, they never found David, and I haven't gone into the woods since that day. When I was young, I often spent parts of summer with my grandmother in her home out in the country. It was my favorite place in the world, and I always looked forward to the week-long stays of gardening, baking, and late-night fires with s'mores and ghost stories, and enjoying having my grandmother all to myself. There was a pond not far from her house where I would sometimes go to swim. It was home to quite a few frogs, and at night they made the most incessant noises. I complained to my grandmother only once, saying I couldn't enjoy the night breeze with all that racket. She took me onto her lap and told me a story about an old man and woman who lived near a lake. The old man could not stand the sound of the singing frogs, but his wife told them that they kept the Wendigo away, and to harm them would be unwise. Well, he didn't listen and set out methodically catching all of the frogs on the lake. It was a process that took some time, but he did not stop until he had rid the lake of the pesky amphibians. That night, without the protection of the frogs, he and his wife were slaughtered by the Wendigo, a vicious demon-like creature with elongated fingers ending in razor-sharp talons and rows of silver teeth as thin and keen as needles. I wrote it off as another one of her ghost stories, though she did seem more serious than usual about it. I didn't complain about the frogs again, mostly because I grew to enjoy them and put the story out of my mind. In fact, I'd forgotten all about it until it came up this past spring in a Native American literature class I was taking in college.
The mention of the Wendigo sparked that old memory of my grandmother's story. I thought she had made up the word. I didn't realize there were stories about it, originating in Algonquin legends. Eager to connect something from my childhood to the topic, I Googled it, only to find that my grandmother had apparently been mistaken. There was nothing I could find about the story she had told me, nor any references of frogs providing protection from the Wendigo. In fact, the Wendigo of legends seemed very little like my grandmother's version. They were said to be insatiable, craving human flesh, and sometimes created from the forms of people who had resorted to cannibalism to survive. Descriptions varied, but they sounded almost nothing like my grandmother's boogeyman version. I actually chuckled as I read it, almost a bit embarrassed by how badly my grandmother had messed up the original tale. I changed residences this summer, moving to a newly built 1,000-square-foot duplex on the edge of town. The other side is to be occupied by my landlady, who had built the place. However, she isn't scheduled to move the rest of her stuff in and begin living there for a couple of weeks. She's waiting on her lease to end. Even though my new place is only a few minutes from the edge of town, it feels much more isolated. I enjoy the seclusion of my new home and its proximity to a more natural setting. I'm surrounded by woods, and from my patio I can see a pond beyond the carefully landscaped lawn, which is carved out from the surrounding woodlands. Just like the pond near my grandmother's house, the frogs have put up a ferocious racket lately. I prefer not to pay to run my air conditioning if I can help it, so I have every window open to catch a breeze. That means I can hear them as clearly as if I were standing on the water's edge. It took a few days to get used to the noise, but I'm fine now. Just like I was those summers when I was young. In fact, the noise has been comforting to me during the stress of the move. Tonight is different, though. I find myself standing in my living room staring at where the pond is. Though I can't see in the dark, the air is eerily still and oppressively warm. But all of my windows are shut and I feel impossibly cold. I've long since convinced myself that my grandmother's story had just been a silly tale, a twisting of an old legend by irrelevant storytellers. But for some reason I have the most overwhelming sense of dread growing in the pit of my stomach. I don't know what to do. I feel trapped. Leaving my house means braving the darkness beyond my home. And I don't know if I'm going to be safe in here either. All I know is the frogs have stopped singing. Growing up in the mountains of North Georgia, camping and hiking were things me and my brother did so often it was second nature. So anytime Ryan and I had a break from school, we would head straight for the woods. We packed our gear, let our parents know where we were going, and that was that. No questions asked. We decided to camp about midway through Jack's River Trail. It's a trail we knew fairly well, and we had used it a few times before to practice long hikes. We arrived at the trailhead around lunchtime, parked the car, got our gear out, and headed into the woods. We passed a few hikers as we moved along and asked them how the trail looked, and the answer was always the same: wet. Jack's River Trail probably crossed the river 50 times as it went along its 17-mile-plus journey, and with the colder temperatures of the late fall setting in, it was harder for the trail to stay dry. We moved deeper into the trail and started to look for a place to make camp. This is where Ryan and I made our first mistake. You see, we have this rule: we don't camp near people if at all possible. Call us paranoid, but the last thing we want is for someone to drag us out of our tents and into the woods never to be seen again. So we always camped a pretty decent ways off of the trail and an area that wasn't as popular with overnight campers. Roughly 2.5 hours or so in, we found what we thought was the perfect place to set up for the 2 nights we were going to be out. We came up to Horseshoe Bend and ventured about half a mile off into a clearing and set up. We built a teepee fire lay for that night and pitched our tents on either side. After setting up, we unloaded and decided to walk back to the trail and go exploring around some of the many swimming holes the river had to offer. This was during Thanksgiving break, and I remember being surprised at how few people were on the trail. Maybe it was the weather or the fact that this was early in the week, but there didn't seem to be anyone hiking, much less staying the night. Around 5 o'clock, Ryan and I headed to camp to start our fire, making dinner, and to settle in for the night. As soon as the sun began to set, the cold rushed in. We added more wood to the fire and sat close and just enjoyed conversation. Ryan was 2 years behind me in school. I was a senior and he was a sophomore, but growing up we had always been close. We always hung out in the same groups, played the same sports, and had the same hobbies. Around 9, we were settled comfortably around the fire. I had just texted our mom to let her know we were safe and getting ready for bed, and I remember we were talking about dreading going to our grandparents' house for Thanksgiving and having the same awkward conversations we had each year with family we only saw on holidays. When things started to get strange. We were no stranger to sounds in the woods, and these woods were full of animals from deer to black bears and even the random wild boar. If you're in the woods enough, you learn to distinguish certain sounds, and what we were hearing I can only chalk up to as odd. What Ryan and I heard was what sounded like someone sneaking around slowly just out of eyesight. With an animal walking on 4 legs, you hear a tighter group of steps, but what we were hearing sounds very distinct to what a human sounds like when walking slowly or trying to move without making much sound. I remember we both pulled out our flashlights and shone it in the direction we thought we heard the sounds coming from, but that's what was so weird. Whenever we would fix our lights on a spot we thought we were hearing it, the sound would start coming from the opposite location. It was as if there were multiple people walking around us. And that's when the whistling started. At first I thought it was just the wind, and I remember thinking the wind might just be throwing leaves around, and what we are hearing is nothing but the wilderness around us. Ryan looked at me and asked if I was hearing it too, but I didn't answer. I was trying to focus hard on each individual sound. 2 consecutive notes with roughly a 3 or 4 second gap, and 2 more consecutive notes, over and over again. He kept asking if I heard that, and I put my fingers to my lips trying to keep him from talking. The fear I felt was incredible. My jaw was tight, my fist clenched, knowing I wasn't ready for whatever was out there, if it was anything at all. The whistling continued for what felt like forever, but thinking it through, it was probably only 5 minutes. Ryan finally yelled out into the darkness, "Hey, quiet!" The whistling stopped. The crunching of the wood stopped. Nothing. I looked at Ryan with a what the hell look, and he shrugged his shoulders. I had to do something, he said. I just shook my head. We sat there in silence for a few minutes when the woods erupted with noise. Something or someone was running in a circle around our campsite. Then the whistling came back. 2 consecutive notes with the same 3 to 4 second gap, and then 2 more consecutive notes. How could someone whistle this loudly without cracking, while running no less? I was done. I stood up, shining my flashlight in all directions, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was screwing with us. It felt close enough to touch, but we never saw a thing. That's when the movement stopped, but the whistling was still constant. It was so loud, inhumanly loud. I looked at Ryan and told him to call the police. Now, this is the part I will never forget, and it's the part I never like to talk about. While Ryan was on the phone with the dispatcher and telling them our location and what was going on, I stepped around the fire towards my tent.
Inside my bag, I had a 6-inch fixed blade that I always carried and thought I would feel a little bit more comfortable with it in my hand, at least more than just my flashlight. As I went to unzip my tent, trying to keep my eyes toward the woods, I heard some movement directly in front of me. I swept my light up in front of me for maybe 2 seconds and I saw it. Whatever this person or thing was, it was about 5 feet up in a tree. Everything about it was long. Its arms, legs, neck, and fingers, everything. And it was fast. As soon as the light hit it, it launched backwards off of the tree. I heard it land, but it either jumped an impossible distance or landed in a thicket because I heard it but never saw. I don't think I have ever yelled so loud in my life. I ran back to where Ryan was and sat down. He kept asking me what I saw, but I couldn't answer. I just kept thinking about it. Maybe 10 minutes later, we saw a couple of flashlight beams coming through the woods, and about 3 guys came into view asking if everything was okay. I settled down a bit and started asking them if they had seen or heard anything strange. All they said was they heard a lot of movement and then heard my scream, and that's when they headed in our direction. I tried to explain what had happened without sounding crazy, but it didn't seem to work. One of the guys walked around a bit and came back and said he didn't see anything. Ryan told them that we had called the police, and roughly 30 minutes later a park ranger showed up. Ryan and I tried explaining everything to him, but he just chalked it up to either a curious animal or some campers trying to mess with us. Either way, Ryan and I decided we weren't staying the night. We packed our stuff up and walked out of the woods with the ranger. He took our statement and we got in the car and drove home. We didn't talk about what happened that night, but neither of us have been back to Jack's River Trail and will probably never go back.